Hey everyone, Kevin J. Johnston here. Welcome to Your Questions Answered, part number 37. Our special guest is joining us tonight. He looks like Andrew Dice Clay, but he's a lot more clever. That would be Stefanos Karatopoulos. He'll be joining us in just a very, very few minutes here. Thank you very much for being here, everybody. I've had a lot of questions. The reason I do these shows, the Your Questions Answered shows, is that my email box is full. And I've got to be very, very discriminating on whom I reply to, because I just don't have enough hours in the day to do 4 shows a week, plus about 20 videos a week, plus all the video edits, plus the graphic design, the marketing, the phone calls, everything I've got to do. I just do not have the time. So if you ever get an email from me that seems like a copy and paste answer, it's not meant to be offensive. It's copy and paste because I simply cannot get to it. Those emails that I will reply to quicker are the ones where very specific questions are in there that I know are part of a business deal that might be happening. But everybody else gets the copy and paste reply saying, watch my show, Your Questions Answered, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Typically, we do these on Saturdays and Mondays, Your Questions Answered, and we'll go through whatever questions the market out there has. And hello to everybody on Twitter who's here for the first time. My name is Kevin J. Johnston. FreedomReport.ca is where you'll find us. That is the Rumble room, and that usually has the most lively chat room of them all. So if anybody has any questions for openers, you guys go ahead and throw them in there. We talk about politics, socioeconomics, history. We talk about truthful things. Race. Oh, yeah, we cover that one. We definitely do. The LGBTQ, we cover that. Black Lives Matter, we cover them. Yeah, we cover Trump, we cover Biden, Trudeau, Poilievre. We cover them all. No matter what it is. If you got questions about the world at large. Oh, yeah, for some reason we get lots of dating questions too, like just lots. It seems that I did an 8-part series called Amazing Dating Advice. This was back last year, I think from September to November of 2023. And I did that with a very dear friend of mine. Her name is Melanie Schweitzer, who's the best country star coming out of the province of Alberta. And the two of us covered dating advice, what to do, what not to do. I mean, I certainly can give the male perspective. She definitely gave a really good female perspective on that. And we're very, very happy with it. The show started picking up steam more towards Christmas time. And there's 2 young men that joined us on the show for the last half of it. They took all my advice and they ended up with really nice girlfriends who treat them well. So smashing success on that show. I kind of miss doing it. But because I'm down here in Costa Rica doing real estate, but I'm also helping a large number of Canadians get rid of massive tax bills, I'm a little bit more busy helping save lives as opposed to helping people get laid. That's pretty much all I can say on that. So Stefanos Karatopoulos, you're here tonight, pal. Yeah, I like the Andrew Dice Clay glasses. The hat says Trump. Cheers. Love that. Your opening comments? Go ahead.
I don't think I have any. I'm just waiting to see the ride this one out and see what comes at us. I'm kind of excited tonight, but it's really freaking hot down here. I'm telling you, it's nuts.
And you're where? Niagara Falls?
Just outside.
And it's hot in Niagara Falls right now?
Oh yeah, man. I'm freaking sweating. You can't wear a jacket or anything. You're sweating to death out there. It's like hot.
Well, I guess that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I've been sweating my brains out for the last 4.5 months here in Costa Rica. It's been usually about 85 degrees every single day. And this is one of those days where I decided to go jogging at night with no shirt, and the sweat was just pouring through my skin. It was unbelievable. I stopped wearing T-shirts when I jog now in Costa Rica because there's no point. It just sticks to you. The whole shirt is just water and salt by the time it's all said and done. See this glass here? It's almost as tall as my head. I'm going through about 9 to 10 of these every few hours.
There's a good comment in the out there. It must be climate change. It's got to be that climate boiling, Kevin. I don't know. I can't remember last time I was out in May and March in a boat trolling for freaking for trout in freaking Lake Ontario. So must not be the first time though. Jeez.
No, must not be. All right. So someone's asking a question here. Who perpetrated the terror attack at the Crocus City Hall in Moscow? Wasn't that a mall, not City Hall? Well, they say it's ISIS. They were screaming Allahu Akbar all the way through the mall. There's a lot of footage that was taken by a lot of Russian folks in there. I'm happy to say that I saw the photographs that were released of these guys. The 4 that weren't killed, their faces are swollen, their eyes are like swollen shut. The Spetsnaz, I guess, or maybe just the Moscow police beat the living crap out of these guys. Good. That's how we should be dealing with people like that. You want to walk into a mall and shoot innocents? Well, you deserve everything that comes to you, which includes dismemberment and eviscerations, eye gouging, tongue pulling, whatever it takes. The second you open fire on an unarmed individual, even if they're your enemy, you deserve everything that comes to you. Russia, it's different in Russia. And I think what North Americans need to understand is just how different the rest of the world really is. For example, here in Costa Rica, do not trespass here. Do not trespass on people's land. They don't like that here. And there's castle law here. So you trespass on someone's land, they release the dogs rip you apart. Cops don't care. They make $20 a day. They don't give a crap. They'll come and pick up the corpse and say, have a good day. And yes, Russ, we decided to do your questions answered tonight because my email box filled up over the weekend. There's a lot of people asking me a lot of questions about Costa Rica and so on. So I'm actually just going to jump into my Instagram private messages right now because there are a lot. That box fills up all the time as well. Okay. So what can we do about the radical left? Aside from going to war with the radical left, what can we do about the radical left? Well, to remind everybody about the radical left in Canada and the United States, let's cover quickly what they are. Pedophiles, okay? Liars, thieves, crybabies, wimps, losers, cowards. They call themselves trans, but they're just freaks or mentally ill. What else are they? They're wrong on everything they say, low intelligence quotients. The radical left, unfortunately, because Christians and Jews and conservatives who are agnostic or otherwise all sat back and did nothing when these radical leftist crybabies got into all the establishments in the countries and started taking them over. Yeah, that's why. So how do you fight that? You got to shut those systems down. I actually, though, this is where it frightens me. Stefanos, are you ready for this? I'm doing a Freedom of Information Act form request in the province of Ontario. It asks me what branch of just the province of Ontario in Canada, what branch of government do I want information from? Would you like to know how many agencies are listed on the website? Would you like to know that? Yes? Take a guess. Just you go ahead. First guess.
15.
2,758 government agencies just in the province of Ontario that all receive provincial and government funding to exist, and we don't even know what they do. I've never heard of any of these places at all. Like, for example, the police. There's the police trainers. There's the police canine trainers. There's the police fundraisers. These are all different organizations that are just police. Minister of Corporate Affairs, Minister of Environmental Affairs, but then there's also the Minister of the Environment, which is just a single person in a job. Minister of Cultural Affairs, Ministry of Tourism. These are all the places you can get freedom of information from.
So let me ask you this. Have you ever heard of the Moyers Lawyer Guild Red Mass? Were they listed on there at all?
Not a name I was looking for because I downloaded the Microsoft Excel spreadsheet from the website and just started looking for keywords within it. 2,758 government agencies just in the province of Ontario that you can request information from, which means all of them have minimum 3 staff and they're all making 6 figures.
Yeah, these are lobbyists. They're all these NGOs. They're all different branches of the UN and so forth that go out, international garbage.
Okay,
And this is why they have them for fundraising and stuff, right?
So 2,758 times $300,000 a year minimum in salaries. And that's just minimum. $827,400,000, assuming that these government agencies only have 3 full-time staff. Wow. So it's probably about $5 to $10 billion just in salaries for all these government agencies, which is why, was it now 48% of the country of Canada is working for the government? They're making more than the private sector. What do these agencies and ministries do? We don't know.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out. Maybe you should, well, not you, but maybe after you do what you want to do, maybe that's something we might want to endeavor into and find out just what their role is and stuff.
Well, we'd like to. I wonder how much cooperation we'd get. I mean, we'd have to fill out Freedom of Information Act forms times all of those, and it's $5 each time you do it. So 2,758 times 5.
Sounds like a fundraiser.
We would have to spend $13,790 on just the $5 bills that we'd have to mail in to get that information. And then who in the hell could read all that? Who's got time to write 13,790 FOI letters?
I can do it. I'm a machine. I can do it.
My God, terrifying when you stop and think about that. Let me just check the Rumble room here for questions, everybody. By the way, those who are joining us right here on TikTok, this is Your Questions Answered, part 37. If you have a question, just go ahead and toss it in the room below. All right, we got a whole bunch of people here. I haven't seen these. In Canada, you have to do a warning shot first and tell the bad guy to go away. Well, let's hope that's not true. We hope. Alrighty, just having a look here for questions. I see a lot of people have joined, which is great. And everybody who's watching, we're at 345 likes. Could everyone just keep tapping the screen right now? Let's get the likes up to 2,000 right away if we could, please. Greatly appreciate that. Just tap, 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 tap. Alrighty, checking the Rumble room for questions. In your opinion, what country should Canadians move to now that we're getting another 21% increase in taxes? Well, since I've only been to 14 other countries in my travels, I'm not the aficionado to tell you where to go for all of them. But as it stands right now, all the countries that are of Portuguese descent or where the Portuguese moved to, like Antigua, they all seem to be extremely affordable. All of them. Costa Rica is expensive unless you're in the big city like San Jose or San Isidro, in which case you could actually do quite well in those areas. But if you buy property in those two cities, you'll never make your money back on those properties because property values do not increase in big cities here in Latin America unless it's part of some major building project like what's going on in Panama City right now. But you see, Panama's also having trouble because the Panama Canal is down to about 1/4 to even 1/5 of its actual productivity. They're only letting 20 ships a day go through it because the lake that they use to keep the canal running, every time they open the doors, fresh water drains into the ocean, and the lake is down almost 40 feet now. That's a problem. I don't know where they're going to get that water from unless they pump ocean water in, but that defeats the purpose of having a freshwater lake. Scary thought. And for whatever the reason, desalination is something that countries are just not doing, even though the technology is there. Something that we knew worked as kids. This is an experiment they made us do in grade 8 science class. You'd have plexiglass like this. You put a peak of 2 pieces of plexiglass like this. And then you put drains where the glass ends down here. You put collectors, just like eaves troughs. And that would collect into a barrel. So we would put dirty water into a barrel in the middle. It would evaporate. It would sit on top of the glass or on the underside of the glass and drip down to the edges. And then you had clean water on the edges. I'm thinking, okay, well, that's genius. It's just glass and metal framework. Why do we not have 50 miles of these things every so often? Just collecting the evaporation of seawater and pumping away clean water. I mean, distilling water is easy. You can distill ocean water. You just boil it, collect the steam, and when the steam condenses back down to water, the salts and the minerals stay behind. Stefanos, any idea why we're not doing this as a species?
Money. It's too cheap. So that's going to be one of the things more than likely. Yeah, what else would there be? Like, they're not going to be able. It'll be way too cheap to produce. They're not going to do something like that. And you never know. Green energy projects like wind turbines are, a big waste, but they'll do that because it's full of money.
Well, I've just got a question here. Hey, Kevin, hold on there. Can you recommend any accountants in Toronto who are familiar with crypto? Not really. No, most accountants, they've shied away from it for some reason. If you look, here's a life lesson for anybody. If you're actually going to be going into the accounting field right now, you better learn crypto. Like the markets you need to know obviously are cash, crypto, gold, and silver. You need to understand those markets. If you're going to be an accountant and someone's bringing a crypto portfolio to you and they're trying to use it as a write-off, you better know how to use that, right? Jesus, man, like I don't understand how it is that almost everybody who's in the profession of finance and money is 20 years behind those who just went straight into crypto. You gotta stay up with the times. Next June, apparently Canada won't be dealing with foreign banks. Okay, local resident 8. If you look at my channel, freedomreport.ca, there's a video called Trudeau is Killing the Banks. It's a 2-hour episode. Go back and watch it. And Rob Anders, who used to be friends with Justin Trudeau, was on the show. And he explained everything to do with banking and how the banks are going to be shut down in Canada next year. So there won't be any banks with charters next year. We covered all that. Guess what? Next week is part 2 of that. Same guy, former friend and colleague of Justin Trudeau, who hates Trudeau now, despises the guy. We're doing a part 2 of the collapse, the imminent collapse of the Canadian banking system. Don't want to miss that show. Really don't. So, heading back in here to the Rumble Room, looking for questions, everybody.
Hey, Kat,
okay.
Real quick on this banking thing, if they call an election now and stuff, that goes away, and it's not going to happen. That banking stuff, they have a deadline on it. I can't remember what the deadline is.
Okay, so in an election where Pierre Poilievre wins, then that's going to give us a reprieve on everything that Trudeau is doing, because he has to get his feet wet. I mean, when the new prime minister steps into office, it's going to take some time. But the first thing that he could do is give the banks back their charter. That he could do that.
Yeah, it's just if there's an election called before the date that's listed in this bill, that bill dies and everything goes away. So it's just business as usual.
And Andrew Scott is saying Trump 2024. I absolutely agree. Even the left wing, they're starting to realize that, this left wing stuff is not working. We want Trump. Sorry, Uncle Trump. Sorry we helped you lose. Sorry we cheated. Sorry we called Dominion voting machine company and made them cheat. Now they're realizing how badly they screwed up. Do I know anybody with a private plane who can transport 3 dogs, 2 kids, and 2 adults? Not personally. Our dear boy Ed, who's usually on the show with us, is a pilot, but he's only got 4 seats in his. So, do I know of anybody who personally owns an airplane? No, but let me ask. Hey, everybody, anyone out there know of anyone that's got a private plane that could fit, how many? 3 dogs, 2 kids, 2 adults, plus luggage? I'm sure there's luggage in that too. So if anyone's got that, let me know. I guess local resident 8, what's your budget to charter a plane, and from what city to what city are you talking about? Oh yeah, there's an interesting point. Same guys just said Trudeau is trying to delay the election by 1 week in 2025 so that he can guarantee his pension. Anything on that, Steph? Microphone?
He's already got his pension guaranteed. All these guys need to do is two terms. As soon as they do 2 terms, their pension's guaranteed. So he's already got that.
That's a damn shame. Aaron says Trudeau's in Toronto with Greek Prime Minister. Palestinian protests at Convention Center. Why is the Greek PM here? Also, the Italian PM was just here. Is it money laundering or something nefarious?
Um, Greece is very interested in buying Canada's LNG line, so that's why they're here. I'm not sure about. I think the Italian one is they're just another liberal. So, and mind you, Greece is commies too. So birds of a feather flock together.
All right. Well, it's also good to know. All right. So what's this whole thing then? The city of Toronto is exploring a plan to measure the hard surface area of the properties of water users so they can tax the amount of rain that falls on them. I just saw that this morning. I haven't read the article yet. What are your thoughts on this?
This has already been a thing in California for many, many, many years, probably over 20 years now. As a matter of fact, the Ontario Landowners Association got involved in one of the cases in California where there was a senior who had a rain barrel that he'd catch the water from his eaves trough, and they went after him. We had to step in and were successful in that. California's paid a lot of its citizens to strip their lawns and put hard surfaces so all the water runs straight into the sewers. And the state is trying to claim that all the water belongs to them, which simply is not the case. We have Crown Land Patent Grants, which that water's on your property. It's yours, not theirs.
Okay, well, that's good to know. So, do you think they're going to win considering that it's only municipal and not provincial?
No, the people will have to put up a fight against him, make sure it doesn't pass, and if it does pass, take him to court, not to the tribunal. Take him to real court, the superior court, and and hold their feet to the fire. There, they'll lose real quick.
Certainly hope so. All right, let me go back to the Rumble room and check the questions there. All right, will Russia amp up the killing and flatten Kiev now that the terror attack in Moscow? I can't see Putin's not going to spend more money on this war than he needs to. He really is not, because he knows that eventually he's just going to end up with Crimea anyway. And he knows that he's going to frighten NATO into not allowing Ukraine to join NATO, which is good for Russia. And it's actually good for the rest of us too. Putin wants a buffer space between NATO countries and his own country. And this whole thing with Zelensky trying to get into NATO after Russia was denied an opportunity to be in NATO, which they did try to do, and the Clintons are the ones that said no. Well, now NATO obviously wants to be enemies with Russia. Lord knows why. Putin's not going to... he's not going to do more than he has to do. That's the good part about it. He's not a dumb guy. He's not going to burn all of his resources up on this thing. But he is going to force Europe to buy his oil. Go ahead.
One, there's an echo coming from you when I'm talking. I can hear myself coming back on your mic. And two, probably been a year and a half, 2 years now. They've already admitted that Ukraine will fall to Russia. They can't hold off Russia there. But we also have Colombia, Canada, USA, Afghanistan. There's a whole bunch of different countries. We even got Africa in there. They're all fighting in there. They're all in there. So they've been in there for quite some time now, a couple of years or so. I watched the videos and stuff and the reporting coming right from the field, and even soldiers that are volunteering and going out there and fighting for certain operations and coming back. So I am getting it directly from the front lines there. And they've already admitted they're going to fall. They're losing a battle, and every place is falling one after the other. Now your mic's muted.
If you go back and watch our shows from, I guess when this whole thing started, well over a year ago, we were talking about the fact that the Ukraine was not going to be able to hold out. That it was a stupid war. It was going to end up costing 500,000 lives or more, and it already has. And these are 500,000 white people dying. And white people should not be killing each other because we are less than 9% of the world's population. All right? We should be breeding with each other. Yeah, this is the time where white people got to say, hey, make love, not war. This is the time where we got to start doing that stuff. But Zelensky is a psychopath. He is a gay, transgender, cross-dressing, freak of nature, and now he is a billionaire. And we gave him that money.
Yes, several.
Check my bag. Hold on a second. Hold on. Check my bag. There's lots of stuff in there.
You know, pineapple?
I think so. Yeah, here. Buy it there. Yeah, there we go. So, there'd be nothing that Putin's going to be doing that is going to put his country into jeopardy in any particular way. He's pretty much essentially won this thing, and he'll put the exact minimum, the absolute minimum necessary to get this thing to fly, to win, and to have the Crimean territory to himself and to have that buffer. So, no, I don't think he's going to stretch this. I do not think for a second that Putin's going to be going into any other countries. There is nothing to gain by Russia attacking anybody else, which includes even places like Chechnya, that the Chechens are constantly killing Russians. There's nothing to gain. And when countries are going to go to war with each other, there has to be a prize. Natural resources, territory that's actually worth something, a significant architectural marvel that's there that they can make money on. Gold, like there has to be something there. Right, it has to be. Chechnya has no natural resources, so even though Chechens are continuing terror attacks on the southeast of Russia there, it's a matter of the Russians stop them from coming in the border, shoot them dead, and that's the end of that. But they're not invading the country because they won't gain anything. And going into Kiev and going further into the country and further west and trying to involve Poland and Latvia and Estonia and the Czech Republic and so on is of no benefit. So he's not going to do it. Putin's not a dumb guy. He's for Russia. He's a Russian. Russia first. He cares about his country. He's not going to put himself or his country in jeopardy. Someone says the tapeworms are proud of me. I've got no idea what that means. I'm just having a quick peek here. And yes, as for Kiev, up to about 3 weeks ago, I was seeing nightclubs and parties taking place in the streets of Kiev on TikTok and on Instagram and all kinds of places. The war is not as bad as they say that it is. It's mostly occupation, not killing. Most of it is. All right. We got Mario from Barrie, Ontario. Loves the show. Thanks, Mario. Certainly appreciate that. Randy says, if Ukraine will fall, why do we keep sending money there? Because we're laundering money. Our government's laundering money. This is just moving wealth out of Canada, taxing the crap out of you and me and everybody else, and giving it away so that you and me are broke perpetually. That's what this is all about. Get rid of the middle class, because everybody in the lower class will do what they're told. They'll do anything that they're told if they get a free handout. That's how that works. Period. Let me have a look here. Oh, apparently this guy here, Wall Street Silver, has been grabbing my videos and putting them up on Twitter. So shout out to Wall Street Silver. Yeah, I'm going to follow you now, buddy. He's got 1.2 million followers, so I do appreciate him taking my videos and putting them out there. Mr. Wall Street Silver, you can take my content whenever you want. I greatly appreciate you doing so. It's wonderful to have made your page, sir. Absolutely wonderful. Greatly appreciate that. Back to the Rumble Room. Let me check that. Canada could have supplied Germany with more LNG than they need, but the turd of Canada got it kiboshed. He's bent on destroying the country. Do you know what else? You know what else Justin Trudeau screwed up on, and so did Chrystia Freeland? Canada was supplying all-terrain armored vehicles to Saudi Arabia. Lots of them. The Saudis had ordered 63 of these things. Now, Stefanos, I took my kids to the Canadian National Exhibition in Toronto. This was 12 years ago, I guess. My son was 10. And the CNE, as they call it, it sucks. It's just people trying to sell you crap. But the Canadian military had a pavilion there. And if it wasn't for the Canadian military being there, interacting with the crowd, it would have been the worst thing I'd ever been to. The Canadian Army did a really good job. So they'd make kids crawl through tunnels and do obstacle courses. But there was a Canadian bridge layer there, a World War II bridge layer that actually would just push a bridge out across a river. They had a whole bunch of armored vehicles there, some tanks, a couple planes, but they actually had one of those brand new all-terrain armored personnel carriers with 8 big tires on the outside that are bulletproof, rocket-proof fencing on the outside, and one of those massive claws that's actually bomb-proof that would pick bombs up off the sidewalks and streets and push them aside. So the guy says, knock on the glass. So I knock on the glass, and it's like punching steel. The glass he said the glass can take 50 caliber rounds from 50 feet. Thinking, wow. So how much? He says, I think they're about 50 million a piece. Okay. Oh, and the soldiers, each individual seat has climate control. Isn't that amazing? So this thing carries 12 soldiers, 6 in seats, and the other ones have to stand up. But the guys who are in seats monitoring the weapons, they get AC and they can adjust they can adjust the temperature. And there's like a 25-degree range that they can pick. Wow. So the Saudi Arabians, the Saudis were ordering these things, lots of them. And then Chrystia Freeland, the deputy prime minister of Canada, who's the granddaughter of a Nazi, literally, decides to shoot her mouth off to the Shah or the king or whatever the hell he is of Saudi Arabia. Blah, 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 women's rights, blah, 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 blah. And first off, men in general don't want to be spoken to that way by women. You know, whenever a woman talks to me like that, the conversation's over. It's done. Sorry, sweetheart, you had your chance. We're done. And I'll just go. Just get out of here. Or I'll say something along the lines of, shh, the men are talking. And I will completely turn my back on that person and never talk with them again. But imagine you're now doing this to the king of Saudi Arabia, who's just about to cut you a check for a couple of $1 billion, and you piss him off. So we lost the contract. We lost the contract for light rail construction. We lost the contract for streetcars in Europe. Canada, we've lost every contract we've ever had for international commerce.
Yeah, you can't expect to go into a country that has a different set of values and cultures and are completely different. This is what people don't understand. You can't just because, you might be a feminist over here, run over there and start spewing that garbage. And there's a good chance you might not make it home alive. Those countries are a lot different, and they're not going to put up with that kind of garbage, especially when they have, you've said it before, if a woman is half the worth of a man and places that's their culture, the way they view everything, you're taking a real chance. It don't matter who you are. And did you hear about what she also done? Demanding the Senate approve the budget and not even look at it. That was another one she pulled off. I just found out about it today. I haven't looked into the whole thing yet.
Yes, and she also did say, you love this one, the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada told Canadians that their houses are not for them to make a profit. They're not investments. They're places where foreign trash can live. That's what she said. I'm telling you right now. No, you're not even living in my shed. If I was to build a cave out of snow, you wouldn't live in that either. It's mine, not yours, and I'm not giving it to foreign trash. If I went to the Congo, I guarantee you I'm not getting free housing. Why are Congolese getting free housing in Canada? No. Anybody's buying a house in Canada, that's theirs. Make as much money as you want on that. And the British Columbia government went out of its way to say, oh, one more thing, everybody. If you own a property, you're not going to be allowed to Airbnb it out anymore. You can't make money on your property. So we got the province of British Columbia telling you that. A deputy prime minister says that your house is not really for you to make money. It's to house garbage from third world countries. What else are they going to take from us? Oh, yeah, we got another 21 or to 23% increase in fuel tax.
Yeah, Kevin.
Yeah.
They already got the bull crap with the Airbnb and garbage that you're talking about all over in several municipalities in Ontario. Canadians really need to grab their balls and put them in place and take these goofs to court because they don't have that authority to tell you or to do that. Again, your Crown Land patent's your key. This is why they want to get rid of the monarchy. Because as soon as the monarchy's gone from Canada, we're screwed. No constitution, no private property rights, because those patents then are gone also. Then we're in big trouble.
Okay, I'm just going to message someone here. Okay, so I'm getting questions now coming up. And I have to just send her a link to this episode because this question comes up all the time. Yeah, all right. Hi, Kevin. This is from Joanne. Hi, Kevin. What are the gun laws on possession and concealed carry in Costa Rica? Okay. If you are a resident or a citizen, buy as many guns as you want. Store them wherever you want. Hang them on the wall, hang them in the kitchen, put them in the fridge, hide them in your barbecue, hide them under your couch, hide them wherever you want. Cops don't come to your door randomly with search warrants saying, amigo, we look off a pistol. Oh, like they don't do that stuff. The cops don't care. In order for them to actually come with a search warrant, it's not going to be a warrant. You'd actually have to be a gang member or someone who's threatening politicians down here or a wanted criminal before they're coming looking for guns. And they're not looking for guns at that point. They're looking for you. With cops making only $20 a day US, I assure you they have no interest in going from house to house asking if you have guns.
Kevin.
There's also a lot of guns for sale everywhere. Everyone's got them. Seemingly everybody in Costa Rica knows how to grind the serial numbers off of guns, and there's no real punishment for that either. So if you're going to keep your gun with you, you keep it in your house. You're going to be fine. The cops are not coming to your house. The cops don't even trespass here. It's not like in North America where you get a bunch of losers showing up at the front door of your house. Ding dong. Can we talk to you? Yeah, we were told that you broke a window. We want your side of the story because we want to establish your innocence. That's how they'll talk to you. The cops don't do that crap here because they know that if they illegally enter your home, you're going to shoot them. They know this.
You want to know, you know what? I mean, don't you find it funny that you don't find any Western movies anymore? A lot of this John Wayne stuff, a lot of Gunsmoke, all that Bonanza, all that stuff. You ever ask yourself, why don't they ever make them anymore? Answer is this. Those were all brought in back in the day to usher in gun control. This was a fear-mongering tactic to make Canadians think and believe that if everyone's got guns, we're going to have gunfights every day in the streets and everything else. This was all part of an agenda to produce fear amongst the population, thinking that it would be like that in order to impose these gun restrictions. Like, look at Texas and look at the states. How many gunfights do you see and involving illegal firearms? They're all gangs. They're all criminals. Not the law-abiding citizens and stuff. None of them. So it would not be anything like that, although it would be good because you'd have a protection. So if you're getting carjacked or something, you have a fighting chance because police are always an after effect. They're just an investigation of what happened to this murder scene. That's what it comes down to. And in jail, someone says jail, you can say you're going to get 10,000 years in jail or you're going to get the capital punishment. That does not deter criminals, period. We've seen when they still had capital punishment and in the States and stuff, you still get murderers. That's just something that guarantees them an income. Death is a big profit. We see it in pharma, we see it in everything else. And that's, the same thing with this kind of stuff. Same garbage. You're muted, Kevin.
I'm being asked about what do I think about the ancient script that was found recently in Ireland that has a swastika on it. And they were saying that it's somehow the tablet of Thor. All right, let's cover the swastika for a minute. That's not a Nazi symbol in history until the Nazi Party decided to take the swastika that's supposed to be like this, straight on, and turned it 45 degrees and then put a black circle around it. They took that symbol from Buddhism, Hinduism, and Jainism. All of those had the swastika at some point within it. Jainism and Hinduism, you'll notice that when the swastika is in place, it's not in a 45, it's straight up and down, and there's dots where the blank squares would be. The symbol was bastardized. It was altered. Its meaning changed in recent history, not in old history. So if they found an ancient tablet in Ireland with the swastika, thank you for the heart. I appreciate that, Diana. If they found that in Ireland recently and it's been successfully carbon dated to be over 2,000 years old, well, guess what? Those three religions are older than 2,000 years old. So that would stand to reason that someone probably said, hey, you're Hindu? Hey, that logo you've got, that's pretty cool. Can you etch me one too? And I'll give you this stinking rotting fish. That's probably as simple an explanation as you could possibly come up with. And in fact, that's about as complicated an explanation as we would need to give you as to why there would be a swastika on an ancient Norse tablet. No, Thor was not a racist god because he's a fictional character and had nothing to do with the Nazis. My God, you people are ridiculous. By the way, I just want everyone to see this. Here, I'll show you that. Coronado. All right, Steph, you know what this is? This is yogurt. All right, this is how they do yogurt here in Costa Rica. I got to show you what it's like. So you open the lid. It's got the same child-proof features on them, tamper-resistant things. And you, ready? You drink yogurt here. You don't eat yogurt in Costa Rica. You drink this stuff. Bottoms up. This stuff is phenomenal. My God. I got a liter of this earlier. I was starving. And I had to go to the gym. And I ran out of time to cook. I couldn't get eggs cooked up. I couldn't get anything going. I ran down to the store. I grabbed one of these and I drank a liter of it. Just boom. Gave me the energy I needed to work out, pump some iron. And you'll be happy to know I'm back over 220 pounds on the bench press now. So yeah. I was doing that last year when I was back in Calgary. I was working out with a personal trainer. So you guys saw me do the 500-pound deadlift and 900 pounds in the leg press and so on. And then I got to Costa Rica, ended up being, for the first month, I'm just in front of this laptop all the time, getting video made and so on, because I was building a brand new business. So getting back to the gym, it's a little bit tougher to work out here in Costa Rica, considering that the gyms do not have AC, and you just pour water out of your body as you're working out. It's sometimes real tough to do. But no excuses. I still go every day, except Sunday, because everything's closed in Costa Rica on Sunday, except the grocery stores and the bars. Like, everything's closed, man. They're really Catholic here. Sorry, one more swig. Here we go. Love it. Absolutely love it. Elizabeth is saying, Kevin, did you see the woman in New York City who was arrested for entering her own home to scold the squatter who was there in her New York home? And the cops arrested the homeowner and let the squatter stay. Yeah, American squatter law is pretty ridiculous. In order to be a squatter, you actually have to be a trespasser. And if you take care of the place for 7 years, you own it. But it doesn't mean that squatters can stay for the 7 years if the owner comes back to claim the property. Stefanos, let's talk about squatter law for a second here. I know that you and I don't know it in New York, but there has to be a precedent that was set somewhere in British law that allowed America and Canada to write these squatters' laws. Go ahead.
Well, Canada did have it. Now, there seems to have gotten rid of it, but then you seem to see it coming back, and it used to be 10 years. That doesn't happen here. If you take certain things, like it can't be permissive. So this is why if you're renting somewhere and you have some degenerates trying to kick you out without proper course, can't be done. The police won't get involved. So they've been told straight up not to get involved in that stuff because they'll get sued in the end. But there was somebody I know out at the other place where I was living in West Lincoln, and they were trying to steal their land by squatters' rights and stuff. And they went to court and was told there that squatters' rights were not a thing anymore in Canada, at least Ontario. But this is what certain countries have because they want their lands used. Greece is like that also. If you don't fence it in and do something with it, then it can be taken over by someone. So it's the same thing. But if it's permissive, there is no such thing as squatters' rights.
Okay. Well, in New York, there seems to be, which I find incredibly odd. And I did speak to our journalist friend, April Lejeune, who's down in the United States, about squatters' rights. So we're actually going to be doing a show on that with her in 3 weeks about American squatters' rights and how we could, I guess, raise the money necessary to fight that kind of thing in court. But what could we possibly do in communist New York State? Wow. Okay, here's one. Here, you're not gonna be able to see this on TikTok, but you'll be able to see it here on Rumble. Let me just share a screen here. Someone was asking me, what do I think about all these assaults on black high school kids? Sorry, on white high school kids by black supposed athletes. Like, what do I think about it? We all know what I think about it. So here we go. Basketball. All right, non-contact sport. White chick goes over to grab the ball. Black chick deliberately falls down, pushes her, and then decides to punch her in the face. Sucker punch, yep, when she wasn't looking. Okay, black guy runs up behind a white chick who's jogging, punches her in the head. She passes out. So what do I think about all this black on white violence? Well, you guys know exactly what I think about it, how I feel about it. Where are the dads? Here's the question I've got. Where are the dads rushing onto the floor and knocking those kids out? That's my question. Someone did that to my kid, sucker punched my kid in a non-contact basketball game. I'd knock the other kid out, and then I'd knock the kid's parents out for not having disciplined that kid in the first place. Now, I would probably do what, 90 days in jail for that?
Maybe more. You never know.
Yeah, you never know. But I would do it. I've been assaulted by a lot of people. You guys even saw Antifa attacking me live on camera and whatnot, and you saw me just kind of blocking. That was amusing. And I don't care if they're coming at me because I can stop them in just about every way. But hit my kids, especially if it's racially motivated. Yeah, you got to fight back. And this is the problem with white people. They say, it's okay. We can't do anything because the kid's black. Well, sure you can. Sure you can. And if you don't want to go to prison, pay some thugs $100 and say, break that kid's legs. Because here's the deal. I can tell you something, everyone. I lived in Harlem, Pittsburgh, West Philly, Chicago. I know black street culture, especially in America. The only thing that blacks understand is violence. I get that. So if you're not going to play in their arena, which is to defeat them with violence, because you're not going to beat them with talking, they don't see reason, and they don't feel pity or remorse, kind of like the Terminator. And that's the biggest problem going here, is that we're allowing blacks to get away with this violence against whites because the media says that whites should just put up with this. And I wouldn't. And no one else should either. So what do I think about all this? I think it's time to fight back. And remember this, everybody. Remember I've proved this to all of you in the past. I've proven this to you. When someone strikes at you, you strike 5 times harder. And what do? They always go away. Remember when they called me racist? Bonnie Crombie, the former mayor of my hometown of Mississauga, piped up about something, and everyone said, oh, Bonnie's great because this Kevin guy is racist and so on. So I had this onslaught of Muslims mostly calling me Islamophobic and racist and so on. So I would fire back 5 times, maybe even 10 times harder. you're a racist, you're an anti-Semite, you're anti-Christian, you're a maniac. Like, I would tell them everything that they said to me, but 10 times, 5 as much. And eventually they'd realize, oh, this white guy's not afraid of us. Because, that's what it is. Other races know that they can say whatever they want to a white guy. And if the white guy retaliates, the white guy is being accused of being racist. And once in a while, you come across a guy who doesn't give a shit. And I truly do not care about any of those terms you're going to throw at me, like, you're racist, you're Islamophobe. Don't care. It doesn't bother me at all. In fact, if you're calling me that, that's a victory for me, because using this gorgeous smiling face, I got to you just by talking and smiling. Call me whatever you want. Doesn't make a difference at all. But keep your hands off of other people's kids. Keep your hands off white kids. And white dads, start bringing brass knuckles with you to your kids' sporting events, because you might need to use them. All right, Russia's trying to overthrow the country of Moldova. Stefanos, any news on that one?
No, I got nothing on that one. Not that I know of. I don't know what's going on there.
No, nor have I. I'm sorry that I can't answer that, because I've done no studying into any battles with that. But this is a quick title here. Moldova warns of possible Russian provocations in Transnistria. I guess that's a city there. So they're warning of it, but that's not news. That's just guessing. That's speculation. Always pay attention to the language of these articles. Remember all that stuff during the COVID times where they would say that not getting your COVID shot could lead to death, sources say. All right, how about this one? Ahem. All human beings will die of cancer before age 80, expert says. Who's the expert? What's he basing it on? That's not news. That's just them paying an expert to offer an opinion based on nothing. It's not news. Our real headline is Donald J. Trump wins 2024 election. Not sources say, but wins. That's news. Donald Trump is polling number 1 in 46 states. That's news. But if you say, we believe, that's not news. That's just guessing. It's garbage. That's why CNN and Fox, the Toronto Star, the CBC, and all these media outlets, that's why they're all crashing. Because they're not reporting news. It's crap. All of it's crap. By the way, we're only at 1,600 likes right now on TikTok. Can we get everyone just going tap, 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 tap with their fingers, please? Let's get those likes up to 10,000 tonight. It really does help. And if you're watching on TikTok right now, could you all please share? If you're watching on Rumble, below Stefanos' face there, you'll see a thumbs up. Could everybody watching on Rumble please hit that thumbs up button right now? It really does help get us the attention that we need from Rumble. Let me go back to the Rumble room now and check some questions here. Kevin, did you know that NASA has stated that the technology to send humans into space safely has not been invented yet? Laugh out loud. Bart Serbel believes the moon landing was a hoax. Well, I don't know. The world is round, and in order for us to have line of sight around the world, to be able to broadcast around the world like we do, satellites are up there. We know that they are. We can see them moving in the sky. How many of you have seen Starlink satellites? Did you guys remember that? I put that on Instagram 2 summers ago. It's this long line of lights in the night sky that just goes shh in a straight line. So we know there's space. And we know that somehow somebody got up there, because those things need maintenance. It's too expensive to launch new ones. It's cheaper to go up there and fix them. I don't know. That's a tough call. I think that we are fully capable of being outside of the atmosphere. As for the moonwalks, I couldn't care less. I just don't care. If we went or we didn't go, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to get laid any more or any less if men went to the moon in the 60s when I wasn't even born yet. It doesn't matter. What matters to me, the high cost of living in the entire Western Hemisphere, food prices in the Western Hemisphere, taxes in Canada, the United States, even Mexico now, skyrocketing. These are concerns I have. People don't have anything left. I got a problem with that. That's what we should be focusing our energy on. Who gives a crap about the moon? I don't. Justin Castro Jr. also canceled LNG with Japan. Germany and Japan could have been a $60 billion deal for Canada, especially Alberta. Steph, your thoughts on that one?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Everything's all screwed up. It's insanity. You take it away. Let him have it.
Well, liquid natural gas is something that we have like en masse here in Canada. We should be selling it to at least 30 different countries around the world. We're making tons of dough. That stuff ain't going anywhere anytime soon. It's going to be in the grounds of Canada for a very long time to come. We should be selling it.
It's endless, Kevin. And the thing is, it's just so this is the agenda. This is what everyone in Canada needs to understand about the UN. The UN has this stupid, ridiculous idea thinking that, or this is their excuse. No, it's not true. But they say that wars are caused over resources and that everybody should own all resources all over the world, regardless. This is why you got the turd selling off our resources, so we're to China and stuff. We're exporting oil from here to a foreign country who's bought uh, one of the pipelines or something, and then it goes out of here, and then we re-import it at a massively inflated price. And we shouldn't be able. We have enough resources here that we don't even need to import anything from anywhere else because we have everything here. So the same thing with natural gas, and that's what they're doing with that. And this is a classic, perfect example of why Greece was here, because they want to purchase the LNG line. So, and they can't do this. Trudeau, what he's doing is unlawful because it's the people who own the resources in Canada, not the government, and they cannot pick and choose who they're going to sell it to. This is what's going on, and this is why also the fishermen done that stuff. Where was it, Newfoundland or something? Um, so this is what's going on there. They've done the same thing to the UK. They paid all the fishermen $200 to burn their boats. That was it. Imagine hundreds of thousands of dollars for these boats, and they pay them $200 to burn them right on the banks, while they sold all the fishing rights to China. And this is why the UK got out of the EU, because the EU is just another branch of the UN and all part of a way to put a stranglehold on everything to get a one world order going. People need to wake up, pay attention to what's going on.
All righty. What are my thoughts on Kennedy? Well, specifically, what about Kennedy would you like to know about? What are my thoughts on the guy? He'll be rich for forever. I mean, he's in America where he can live off of his name forever. Some of the stuff he says is good. Some of it's kind of dumb. Does he have a shot at winning anything? No, I don't think so. Not at all, because he got into the game too late. He was quiet when he should have been loud. Now he's loud when it doesn't matter. So he's not going to have any influence of any kind.
No, and it's been already settled that Trump is the candidate. So all these other people, they're out of the running now. So it's just a matter of let's get it in.
Okay, so Crystal Shaw says it's not a question. It's kind of a question. I got to say it because I love this stuff. Tell me you're single, she says. Both of us are. Stephanos and I are both single. There we go. The two of us are very, very single people. There we go. Oh, sorry. What about open carry here in Costa Rica for guns? Yeah, I forgot to finish that off. If you have guns, if you're a citizen or a resident, officially a resident, not just a tourist, but a resident, you can conceal carry pistols. Don't be seen on the streets with rifles or semi-automatics, or any of that stuff. Pistols. I'm sure a lot of people carry pistols here. But I don't know of any shootings. You know why? Because an armed society is a polite society. And the advantage of being here in Costa Rica is that it's a Christian Catholic society and an armed society. So you get double whammy there on the politeness. It's quite wonderful. What about Nicaragua? Very communist. It operates very much like a native reserve does. So if you build a business up and it's making money, and the king or the queen or the head honcho or El Presidente or the head of the cartel for that particular week, if they want your property, they just take it. And you have no legal recourse. That's not a place I want to be. Not at all. All right. Someone says here, I can't read your name out, but I lost guns back in the day. Cops were looking for someone, asked if I had guns, and took 2 of my guns. When the cops knock on your door anywhere in Canada or the United States, do not answer the door. Do not talk to them. Don't answer the door. The only time that you need to speak with them is if they say, open up, police, we have a warrant. Tell them to slip the warrant under the door, read it, and then you make sure you film everything, and you tell them that you do not consent to any searches of anything that is not listed in this warrant. But you also got to make sure the whole thing is valid. Correct spelling of your name, correct address, correct spelling of the street that it's on. You know, you got to make sure it's signed by a judge and not just a cop. These are all the things you've got the right to do. That's the only time you talk through the door. Beyond that, don't answer the door. I have nothing to say to the police. Nothing. So I wouldn't answer the door. Steph, your thoughts?
Never answer the door, ever. And if they got a warrant, they'll be bashing it in. So, and if they do bash your door in, don't speak to them, because you're not required to speak to them by law. There's actually a law that says you don't cooperate with them, but there is no law that says you have to or should. But yeah, it's very simple. Don't speak.
There we go. Do not talk to the police. Savannah says, hi, handsome. Question. What is your take about keeping money in the bank? Should we yank it all out? Okay, well, since Trudeau showed all of us that they're willing to shut your bank account down for nothing, and that he can keep it locked down just by calling the bank and talking to the non-English speaking bank manager saying, keep it locked, they will. Our good friend Pat King, who's a crusader, he wasn't the guy who organized the truckers rally in Ottawa. He was a big mouth for it. You know, I like him for that. Definitely admire Pat King for having spoken up as much as he did during that time. That was awesome. And they arrested him and locked him up for 4 months for it. And they're trying to get him another couple of years in federal prison for that. But his bank account is still locked. So if you're planning on speaking out publicly or being a public figure in Canada, move your money into Bitcoin. Or if you know that you're going to be betting down in your place, buy yourself gold and ride everything out. But you got to hide it well. Like really, really well. That's what you got to do. Put it in fireproof bags and hide it. Make it, I don't know, it's got to be part of the wall, or maybe install some fake pipes or something in your basement and hide everything inside the fake pipes. Put it in places where no one's going to think to look. Hide that stuff. I wouldn't keep money in a Canadian bank. In fact, I haven't for quite some time now. That's just my personal thought. I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you that if they want to shut you down, they will.
Take it out, all of it out, convert it all to gold, and put it somewhere safe.
Carrie says it's true that the problem is that the good guys always get it worse in the prisons and the courts and with police than the bad guys. And that's absolutely true. 100% true. I agree. What's Trudeau going to do with the massive oil field on the East Coast? Probably nothing. He's going to keep buying combat oil from Saudi Arabia because that's what Trudeau does.
He'll sell it off, Kevin. He'll sell it off to some China.
Well, my other concern, though, is if you remember Kevin O'Leary. Oh, hold on. I'm not sure if I'm being booted off of TikTok here. So what happens sometimes during a TikTok feed is it puts a puzzle piece up and you got to slide it, but it's buzzing around doing something. So TikTok's a little frustrating sometimes. What's going on here? With oil, Trudeau has essentially brought oil production down to about 5% of what it should be in Canada. We're nowhere near 100%. So, and that was all because they decided to follow this green energy plan. If you remember, they went down to Texas. Him and Freeland went down to Texas and told Americans, we're going to have the best green energy policies going, and we're going to remove oil from Canadian markets and whatnot. And what happened? The investors left. Kevin O'Leary went on stage and said, yeah, Trudeau gets an F for his speech at the oil summit in Texas. He gets an F. That's what our leadership is doing. Sorry, can you guys see me on TikTok right now? Go ahead and let me know in the chats if you guys can see me, because it's not letting me interact with you right now. So I don't know, just go ahead and say yes or something. If you guys can see me right now, just everyone rapid fire your finger, please, and just let me know that you can still see the broadcast, because people are still joining the broadcast, but it's got that stupid spinning thing on top of it. Yeah, okay, so everyone can see me, I think. Yeah, there's the hearts. They can see me. But unfortunately, folks, I can't interact with you because I think it got choked up on something here. I've got 11 messages I can't even read, which is annoying as hell. Social media sometimes can really just get on your nerves. All right. All the students from Saudi Arabia and Canada left and have not returned. Why would they? There's no money in Canada. There's no business in Canada. There's no reason to be in Canada. The international students that come to Canada get all their resources drained, and that's it. And when their resources get drained, they're out of money, and they usually can't even afford plane tickets to go back to the countries they came from. Canada's not a country. It's a Ponzi scheme.
We pay for it, too.
Well, the Canadian taxpayer pays for that education, but the Canadian taxpayer does not benefit from all that money coming in from international students at all. All right. Yeah, yesterday we talked. Oh, this is so, God, guys, I'm so sorry that I can't see you on TikTok here. Yeah, am I breaking up there, guys? Can you actually see me? Could people just start tapping the like button again? If I see a bunch of hearts popping up, at least I know that you can hear me. Oh, man. Social media is just so annoying. Damn it. What are your thoughts on Canadian Forces-based Trenton commander shooting birds from his boat, and he's got to pay $500 to Ducks Unlimited?
Don't even get me going to Ducks Unlimited, all right? Because Ducks Unlimited is an arms trader. Imagine that. They're responsible for arming the Hutu and everything down in Africa, and responsible for many deaths that occurred out of there. This is all well documented. If you really look into Ducks Unlimited, that's what they are, an arms trader. And so what if he shot a couple of birds? Big deal. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, well, he probably shot ducks. And if you're going to, I guess what, illegally discharge a firearm, and the only penalty is you got to pay Ducks Unlimited $500 and pay him $500 and shoot some more birds. Were they seagulls? If they were Canada geese, I'm okay with that. I hate those things.
It's going to be ducks if Ducks Unlimited's in there. I don't think they have anything to do with seagulls. But then again, we didn't know they had anything to do with arms trading either.
Yeah, and who gave them the authority to judge who can and cannot shoot ducks? Do they have authority in any way?
Another NGO, another not-for-profit charity organization that profits like crazy and gets millions and millions of taxpayers' money to say you can't do something. You know, like hell. I don't care what time of the year it is. I'll blast anything I have to, especially if I'm starving.
Yeah, very good. Let me check the Rumble room here. There's more questions. All right, just checking here. Checking. Question. Is it legal for the government, publicly funded sector, to force people to access services online? Like, I cannot send a payment plan to a fine through or for a fine through the mail. anymore unless you have an app. Okay, is it legal to force people to be able to have to pay fines online or through an app? And for
No.
those of you who are watching, first off, if you're watching on TikTok, I do apologize. TikTok is doing something here. When you get to about the 1 hour mark of a live, it makes you push a puzzle piece with your finger to let TikTok know that I'm still actually here broadcasting, but the puzzle piece hasn't come up yet. So it's eating up bandwidth here for no reason whatsoever. I'm sorry that you guys, I can't see. The problem is on TikTok, I can no longer see your questions that are popping up. I can see that people are joining, but I can't read your questions. So if you did want to be able to interact and ask questions of me, this is Your Questions Answered Part 37. Shoot over to freedomreport.ca and start asking your questions in the room there. Sorry, Stefanos, go ahead.
So they have to provide an alternate method. A lot of them will give you resistance and try to say there isn't one, trying to force people to do it, but that's not lawful. They have to provide you with another means and other ways to do it, because not everybody is online. There are still people out there that aren't doing this, and if you're like me, you don't participate in any government interaction online or even through a cell phone, because none of those processes to do this stuff is secure, and anyone can be listening in or doing anything, and if it's digital out there, it's hackable. We see it all the time. Banks, government, all this stuff getting hacked left, right, and center, period.
Okay, sorry. If you're on TikTok watching me right now, I'm going to end the live on TikTok because it's not working properly. I'm going to start another one right now. So just come right back. You'll see me. Actually, yeah, I'll start another one up right now. I never say the F word, but I fucking hate it when software crashes. You know, we've had internet trouble since I got to Costa Rica, and now I'm having software crashes galore on phones, on computers, the whole nine yards. Like, just everything out there seems to be failing miserably. Nonetheless, going back to our Rumble room here for questions. Any insights on living costs in Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Portugal? Well, it's cheaper to live in Ecuador by a lot than Costa Rica. It's cheaper to live in Ecuador also than Portugal. There are places in the world that are really inexpensive, like Bali, but it's a Muslim country. Portugal is cheap right now, but only in the north. The south is where all the tourists go. And it's cheap right now to live in places like Belfast because there's no industry left in Ireland, and housing prices are dropping as a result of the country not having anything of any value. El Salvador is cheaper than Costa Rica to live. Costa Rica is the most expensive country in Latin America, which is unfortunate because it's also probably the coolest. Maybe that's why. Costa Rica also, however, has a really good marketing plan here. So the director, I guess, of marketing, external affairs, world affairs, tourism, they're doing a good job. They're doing a very, very good job. So, sorry guys, I'm trying to get TikTok back up here. And the phone's doing all kinds of funky things. Trying to go live on TikTok again. Because for whatever the reason, TikTok lives have the most interaction. I don't know what it is about TikTok, but Rumble's a very close second. I think maybe TikTok has crashed. Maybe is everybody else's TikTok working? Let me know. What do I think about The Rock being the Terminator in the next Terminator movie? Dwayne Johnston being the next Terminator? What do I think about that? Dwayne Johnson. Okay, I'm going to try to resume the old live here. And it's coming up. All right, so welcome back, everybody. Here I am on TikTok. The live was paused because I had to restart my phone, mainly because TikTok crashed. So we're back, and we're going to keep going here. So the question I just got here is, what do I think about Dwayne Johnson being the next Terminator? Dwayne Johnson is the guy that Hollywood goes to replace everybody. I'm surprised that he hasn't played Jesus and Muhammad Ali in movies yet. He's just good for him. He's built a hell of a career on having big muscles and the shaved head look and whatnot. He's probably been in 100 plus movies, but not by any means do I see him being he's not a good actor. He's just the clever, equipped guy. He's like his acting is the same character every single time. Will he make a good Terminator? Probably not. I got to end this. Hold on, guys. I'm ending the live on TikTok because to resume one doesn't work. I got to start another one. It's just not cooperating with me at all. So I think he's going to be a terrible Terminator. And if you want to see how terrible he is at playing that kind of a role, what you could do is you could watch that movie Doom. So he ended up being the villain in the Doom movie, and he did a horrible job of doing that. So no, I don't think he'll be a good Terminator at all. Another question we have here in relation to movies is, do I think that black actors should play white roles? No. I don't think white actors should play black roles. I think if you're going to source material, then you should stick with what was known to be the norm at the time. Like the movie, what do you call that? Men in Black. Remember that movie? The two main characters in the original comic book were white, but they got to make it black. Why? Was Will Smith really that good in Men in Black? No. I thought he was trying way too hard to be an obnoxious asshole. So no, not a good thing. And then in the Wild Wild West, remember that movie? The TV show, it was two white guys, two white cowboys. They make it into a movie. One of the characters, black. Will Smith again. No, it's ridiculous. The source material was not a black guy. I'm not into it. I also can't stand it when they do gender swapping and whatnot for characters. Like this movie, this TV series coming out. It's called Fallout. And Fallout 3, my mistake, won every single award at the Video Game Awards that it was nominated for. It was a phenomenal series. It's all the Fallout games that came up before it were fantastic, and the lead characters were always male. Now there's a series on Netflix coming out, and the lead is female. Why? Because Hollywood's got to say, ooh, look, strong woman who's going to walk around a nuclear wasteland where there's mutants that are 25 feet tall, and she'll be as tough as a guy will. So what are we doing? No, I'm not into it. Period.
All part of the agenda again, Kevin. This is why I don't watch movies. I listen to a very limited amount of music because the tentacles are all through that shit.
Yeah, they are. And it's not right in any particular way. I do not dig it. Okay, Brenda says, I got you on YouTube and Facebook. YouTube has no issues. Facebook froze a couple of times. So that stands to reason. Facebook doesn't like me very much. Crows BC is saying hello from British Columbia. Thanks for being here. Greatly appreciate that. My name is Kevin J. Johnston. For those who are joining me for the first time ever, this is Your Questions Answered, part 37. Any questions you have, throw them in the chat. It doesn't matter what the subject matter is. We are going to answer those questions for you tonight. Let me go back to the Rumble Room and have a look and see what people are asking there. Hi, Kevin. What do you think about the supposed incoming electromagnetic storm? Well, they've promised these things a few times. How many times were we promised EMPs? Okay, we were promised the end of the world in 2012. Was it 12? Yeah, 2012. We were promised the end of the world because of Y2K. Nothing happened. We were promised the end of the world because there was an ozone hole over top of Antarctica where nobody is legally allowed to go to measure anyway. And who the hell would go to measure? Nothing happened. We were promised the end of the world when I was a kid. The end of the world's coming. Let's go in order of what it was. There's going to be no more oil. 1960s. No more oil. No more. Okay. And then Venezuela started pumping oil and we were fine again. And then we discovered there was oil off the off the coast of northwest Florida. And we're fine. And then there was a gas and oil shortage for a short little bit in the 70s because OPEC, oil producing countries, they all got together and said, we're going to not sell oil to the United States. So there was a gas shortage where you're only allowed to put 2 gallons of gas in your car at the time. And then Venezuela realized, we have all this oil and we're totally broke. So we're going to sell oil to North America. And the crisis was over, just like that. Right? It's all about money.
Don't forget, Russia proved there's no such thing as fossil fuels, and there's an endless supply of oil. The whole earth has a never-ending layer of oil, so we can't even run out of it.
Nope, you can't. Oil is never going to run out. But then we were told there won't be enough fresh water anymore because something like 3% of the world's fresh water is trapped in the Arctic Circle and the Antarctic bit. Like, okay, fine. But have you ever taken the time to have a look at North America on Google Maps and turn satellite view on? How many lakes can you see? The province of Ontario, which houses Toronto and Ottawa, Mississauga, Niagara Falls, and so on, has 1/6 of the world's fresh water within its borders. And 1/6 of the world's fresh water, human beings couldn't even drink it all. You just can't. You can't drink it all. It's not possible. Period. So then Time magazine, I think in 1977, comes out and says, there's going to be another ice age by 2000. But 5 years later, we were promised palm trees in northern Canada. It's going to be so hot. Yeah, palm trees everywhere. Blah! Didn't happen. What else were we told?
70s, when I was in school in the 70s, they said we had an ice age coming also. So go figure it out. Don't forget acid rain either.
Then we were told about the garbage crisis that apparently Staten Island in New York, where the landfill site was, here now this was something that we couldn't confirm back then, but we can confirm now very easily. I remember this sloppy guy who looked like Igor from Frankenstein. He showed up in our school and says, the garbage is just, it's 24 hours a day, and they are putting garbage on conveyor belts 24 hours a day. And right now, Staten Island garbage pile is the highest geographic point on the eastern seaboard. I'm thinking, okay, that might be true if you're measuring all the land that's less than 100 yards from the ocean. Sure, that would be true. But the Appalachian Mountains ride all the way down the east side of the United States. So if you're in New York City and you drive 20 minutes west, you're in the mountains. So did Staten Island somehow get taller than, let's say, Whiteface Mountain? What was the other one? The one where the Olympics were. Lake Placid. I've skied that mountain. It's beautiful. Was it higher than Lake? No, it's not higher than any of that. My God, these people are so stupid.
Kevin, don't forget Idiocracy made fun of the big garbage thing, remember? The big garbage avalanche of whatever year it was.
Yes. Well, actually, Idiocracy, everybody should watch that movie. Idiocracy is a phenomenal movie. Here's the basics. A very average, lazy soldier gets selected for a program to be in suspended animation for 1 year. All right, 1 year. Something goes wrong. It's a funny joke. I'm not going to tell you what the joke is, but he ends up 400 years in the future. After human beings were just breeding like rabbits, but only the stupid people were breeding. So the collective IQ of the entire planet had reduced to minimal, where the number one show on television is called Ow My Balls, where some guy gets kicked in the balls all the time and everyone loves it. And the number one movie on the planet was called Ass. And it was just an hour and a half of an ass farting. It was nothing else. And the main character is looking around trying to figure out how the human race got to be so bad. Well, we're going that way now. If you have a look at the only people right now who are breeding, Bangladesh, Congo, Sudan, Ethiopia, Saudi Arabia. These are collectively very stupid people. Intelligence quotients of less than 63. All right. And let's just call it what it is. High functioning retards are at 63. So you've got really stupid people having hundreds of kids all of the time. And yeah, a lot of the kids die because they're born with defects. Why? Because these are societies that practice incest. Was my first cousin? Oh yeah, let's go give it to her. Yeah, let's go make some retarded babies. And these kids are showing up with 9 heads. It's and no brains in all of the heads. So think about the fact that we're only allowing the stupid to have kids. The intelligent out there are not having kids because they're focused on career or selfishness or whatever it might be. So white people are not breeding. Intelligent people are not breeding, like the Japanese and the South Koreans, and everybody else is. So we're going to end up in that kind of a society where everyone's going to walk around going, oh, look, poop. That's where it's going to go. Remember, I've been to Bangladesh. I can tell you, oh my God, these people are so stupid. There's nothing up here. Nothing. Oh, wait a second. You're racist. That's racist. You can't say that. That's racist. No, it's not. It's a fact. Bangladesh is a terrible country. Bangladesh is a country that's full of phosphorus and lead and mercury and all that stuff in their water supply. And they've had 1,000 years of inbreeding. They're retards. All of them. But that's exactly the kind of person that Justin Trudeau wants in the country. And not only are they dumb, but they're violent because they are adherents of the Quran and they're told that they are the superior race in the world and they believe it because of their Quran crap. And they walk around killing whoever is not Muslim like them. So Idiocracy is a good movie to watch, but that's where the human race is going. Go ahead, Steph.
Yeah, and this incest stuff, and I can't speak to Bangladesh. I've never been there. I really don't know anything about it. But during elections, provincial elections, when I was running, I was approached by a group that wanted me to remove, if we formed office, to remove incest from the criminal code because they want it. So this seems to be the norm, and of course there are NGOs or charities or otherwise lobbying or lobbyists lobbying the governments even before they get elected to push something for them in order for their votes, and they may very well do it, and who knows, there's probably kickbacks involved in there somewhere. You never know. I can only suspect that, but this is what's being pushed here now. What's wrong is right, and what's make-believe is reality, and what's reality is make-believe. It's just crazy. Microphone.
I'm not a fan of incest and inbreeding, and I'm certainly not a fan of everybody around the world with collective IQs of less than 63 being the only ones having babies out there. Like I've told everybody before, white folks have got to have kids, and we're not. And the Japanese have got to have kids, and they're not. And the South Koreans are even worse. They're not having kids. They're like, it's 0.73 kids per family now. The South Koreans are, they're panicking. They don't know what to do. So South Korea figured that, we're not having babies right now. So they had a law brought in that you must flirt at work. You must sexually harass each other at work by making comments and tweaking and pinching and all that stuff. They're expecting this to get people to start having kids. I don't know, man. Why would you have kids if you're allowed to just grab ass whenever you want, right? That's how the South Koreans are trying to deal with this issue. So South Korea right now is the only country out there that said that they want to import massive numbers of white men. Why? To knock up their women. Replacement value. So they want white men to go there and live there, knock them up and have half white, half South Korean kids, and live in Korea where those children will endure and love and whatever inside of Korean culture. Okay, cool. That's their solution. I think that the solution for South Korea would be the same solution I would say to Canada and Britain and Germany and Poland, and that is to have what Russia does. If you have 4 kids, you don't pay tax anymore. You're done. You don't pay tax. You have 8 kids. You have dinner with the president. These are things you got to do. I'd love to have 10 more kids. Are there any white women here or there or anywhere else that want to have lots of kids? I'm unvaxxed. I didn't bother with that crap. All right. I did not. I'm bench pressing over 200 pounds and I'm leg pressing over 650. Come on. There's some muscle here. But look, come on, look at this face. Don't you want your kids to look good like this? Let's make some white babies. Right? Stefanos, you can't see him over there on the screen. Not bad, right? Not bad. He pulls off the Andrew Dice Clay look pretty good. The 80s version of Andrew Dice Clay, not the bald version today. All right? But I'm serious. We're just not looking at this the right way. Everyone's thinking that, no, Elizabeth, I'm not going to pay child support because I'll be raising them. I'm not making white kids and then saying, yeah, go. Absolutely. No one's raising my kids but me. Nobody. So I would make them and I would raise them because I am the one that wants influence over any of the kids out there that I'm creating. That's why I've never donated to a sperm bank. The last thing that I want to know is that I made kids that I did not raise. The hell with that, man. And that's not even me trying to be noble. That's like a firm, hardcore belief of mine. No, I want kids. Raise them. I want little Kevins running around. All right. Jacob says, I'm unjabbed. I'd like to have children with a lovely lady. Okay, well, there we go. So all of a sudden, we're a dating service. Here we go. Okay, let's have a look here. Nadine says, over and done with that a long time ago. Why? Have more. Have more. My God. Being a parent is awesome. Yeah, it's I don't get why people say that children are a burden. They're sometimes a little bit of a pain in the ass, but they make life worth living. They really do. Yeah, whenever my son would cry, okay, so I was a little pissed off. It's 3 a.m, but you get past, like once you walk out the door, you throw some water in your face. Okay, you realize, yeah, all right, okay, I'm not angry anymore. You've got that 5-10 foot walking of, and then, oh yeah, it's my kid, man. Get the bottle in there, change the diapers, pass out. There's been a few times where my kids were fussy when they were babies, so I just rocked them on the floor, and then I'd wake up, and my kid was sleeping on my chest. I didn't even remember how I got on the floor. I was that tired. Totally worth it, man. Pick them up, put them back in the pen. You know, when they get a bit older, you teach them how to walk. When they get a bit older, you teach them how to ride bikes. It's all worthwhile. All of it. Yeah, people say, yeah, but having kids kind of cramps my style. Well, what the hell are you doing with your time that is better than that? Like if your kids are cramping your style, not allowing you to hang out in the bar with your buddies, that's you being a loser.
Hey, my kids were never a pain in the butt. I got to do chicks. I could go out and party. I could do everything. I never had a problem juggling all that stuff. One hand to the other, not a problem. I don't know what the big problem is, and you know, I'm the one who took care of them, not the chick. The chick was just a useless waste of space, but I did everything: hospital appointment, doctor appointments, whatever.
Oh.
Everything.
Hold on. I just got insulted. I love this. So, Luis Manzo, 508, or is it Luis? Or is it the chick's name, Louise Manzo? Ready for this? I love this. Ahem. Let me moisten my throat for this one. Canadian women are in crisis if this is their best looking guy.
They are in crisis. They're all feminists. So the great majority of them. They're really hard to find a good one. Everyone, all the men are running to other countries, so they're their own crisis.
You're absolutely right. That is what's happening. Men are leaving Canada and the United States and looking for wives elsewhere because, unfortunately, with feminism in place, women are no longer wife material, and that's correctable, ladies. Doesn't make you evil. It just means you've made a couple of bad decisions. That's all. What can I maybe ask the room? Let's get all of you to answer this question for me. What is so terrible with being a traditional woman and a traditional wife? Could you ladies answer that for me? Because I can tell you There's nothing wrong with being a traditional man. Nothing at all. Yeah. And when I was raising my kids, I went one step further and I told all my friends, hey guys, forget the bars. I don't give a crap about darts night and all that stuff. I tell you what, though, you guys want to have darts nights? Buy a dartboard, and we'll put it on the back deck and we'll play in the backyard. And that way I'm not driving around the city. And if my kid's going to cry, well, then I got to put the game on hold. You don't like it? Fungu. That's all. So on my back deck, we built a really cool space on my deck for darts. Not a big deal. I was going to be staying in Mississauga for a while. I turned my backyard into a full-blown hockey rink with plastic floor. And I would have my friends come over with their kids. So we had a lot of fun at the house. No, I was not going to let anything get in my way of having a good time, but my children were always going to be a part of what I was doing. There you are. Nadine says, I was raised on a farm and there were 7 kids, parents and grandparents, one big family. It's actually going to go back that way now, Nadine. With the way the economy is functioning now, with the amount of taxes that we're paying, with the amount of laws being written and so on, we are going to have it so that kids will probably never have their own place. And that we can't even afford, well, old age homes in Canada are $5,500 a month. It's almost 70 grand a year to get beaten up by staff and not fed. No, it's going to be cheaper and more advantageous and more logical to have the whole family from great grandkid all the way up to great grandma and grandpa living in the same house. It's going to go back to the way that it was before based on bad economics.
Hey, Kevin, I was raised on a farm too all my life. And guess what? My mom took care of the kids, made sure the food was done and everything. My dad, and when the kids got old enough, the boys took care of the barns and everything else while the girls played with their little dolls and done nothing. And, my mom took care of everything. So I don't know what the problem is. You see a problem? I don't see a problem.
No, I don't. Robert here says he was raised in Mississauga, Clarkson. Only had a couple of girlfriends in Clarkson. One thing I can say about Clarkson, that the southwest part of my hometown of Mississauga, I hated the uniforms that the Clarkson hockey team wore. So when I played for Arundel and we played against Clarkson, I hated Clarkson. But, as I got older, realized how cool a part of town it was because it was quiet. Used to be white. Not anymore. Not anymore. Tim says women want a good man, but they don't want to put the work into them. That's a fair comment. I think one of the other problems there, Tim, and I know the ladies in the room are going to get upset, but I can't change how you feel. But it's the women out there who have accepted the fact, because Hollywood said this, that their feelings matter more than any logical decision whatsoever that needs to be made in the household. That it's better to have the emotional outburst than it is to pay your bills. And I'm going to tell you the exact opposite. No one cares about your feelings. Nobody cares about your feelings. So just try to put a bit of logic up there in advance. And yes, ladies, men these days are not men. I'm the first one to agree with that statement as well. They're a bunch of lost children. And I know that society is tough and whatnot, but that's still no excuse. When society gets tough, the men have to get tougher than society gets. That's how that is. And the guys aren't up to the challenge anymore. So having said what I've just said, modern women, they do want everything given to them. And they don't want to be traditional wives. So they want to have the parties and the friends and dress up like whores and go to nightclubs with their friends and grind and grab other men and then come home to their guy and have him take care of everything. Well, that's not how it works. A traditional girlfriend or traditional wife doesn't do that kind of shit. All right. If you want to go to the nightclub and get filthy, what you do is you take your husband with you to the nightclub and get filthy with him on the floor. That's the way you do it. All right. And if he doesn't like going, but he goes anyway to appease you, then don't bitch and moan when he's watching the hockey game or the football game. It's all a lot of give and take, everybody. And unfortunately, Hollywood and modern feminism has told women, take, 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 take. If a woman has blue hair and tattoos on their face, and 5 piercings in their lips and 20 in their ear and 1 in their nose and so on. What the fuck do you think that they know about relationships? Do you think that they're in some kind of solid traditional marriage where they're happy and having kids? Or do you think that maybe they're single, every man passes them by, and they're angry about it, so they're trying to destroy your happiness? This is something that modern women do all the time, is they take advice from the angriest, shittiest women on the planet, the ones who hate men and hate society. And the second that a woman has something stupid to say to you, like, your happiness comes first. Not true. Not true. He's responsible for your happiness. If he doesn't make you happy, leave. No, he's not responsible for your happiness. That's you. All right? Women are not responsible for my happiness. I am 100% me. And the second that a woman that I'm with is taking that away from me, I can go. But I don't view it as her duty. It's not her job. So ladies, you got to work on yourselves. Keep yourself happy. Keep yourself fit. Keep yourself healthy with proper diet and whatnot. And then as you're happy, you can make your man happy. And listen, like us guys, we're kind of simple in how we think. So you come home and you just run over to your man and jump up in his arms and give him a kiss and hug and whatnot and tell him how hot he looks that day and thank him for going to the shitty job that he hates. You could just do that once or twice a week. And the guy's going to think that you're the best thing on the planet. And if you do that for him a couple times a week, the stuff that you're going to get in return, maybe 10 times that, because he's going to want to. And when you've got a man that wants to do that stuff for you, then you got one hell of a guy who's going to do anything that you need and want. But feminism says, don't do that. Feminism says, scream and yell and complain. And when he doesn't react, scream louder. And then when he gets mad and leaves the room, follow him and keep screaming. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. I'm getting a comment here. Cindy says, must be the women you hang with. I have my own home with an apartment and an income property. It's all your own. Okay, I wasn't talking about economics. That's not what I was talking about. We were talking about attitude and expectation. That's what we're talking about here. But congratulations. Well done, Cindy. Watch the videos online. There's a couple of dudes. One guy's black, one guy's white. They're like early 20s. And they walk around to all the party centers in New York and they drive all over the country in big cities. And they're asking young women under 25, how much should your engagement ring be? And you remember the morbidly obese one that grabs his hand, $500,000. If you want this, it's $500,000 for a ring. Hey, obviously, the school system failed this person because anybody who has this much training in finance would know that a ring that's worth that much retail in reality is worth about maybe $60,000 tops. So you've already lost $440 on the deal. Instead of her screaming like that, how about, I don't want a ring. I want a house and a car. Okay, good. So contribute as a partner and get the house and the car as a team. You notice how none of them talk about teamwork? It's always, it better be this. Then that same chick will be on TikTok a couple of months later crying, I'm single. Tears in their eyes and sad music playing and so on. But the worst part is, ladies, okay, so now hang around for a minute here. The worst part is the fucking men are doing the same thing now. The men are doing the same thing. Okay, here we go. I'm 26. I've never kissed a girl. I'm a virgin. I'll never get a wife. You think chicks are going to look at that and say, oh my God, he's so hot the way his eyes clench when he cries? I got to have that? Holy shit, guys. What do you think is going on here? No. You're going to get passed by every woman out there, especially, where is it? Cindy there, who's got her own place. Now, they're going to look at you and they're going to call you out for what you are. You're a joke. So what you're going to end up being is the kiss-ass beta cuck who puts up with everything that woman says. She'll tell you what to do and you'll do it because you're not a man. That's it. You're not a man. So man the fuck up. Now. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and Elizabeth is right. Some men are turning gay. They're not really gay. It's just easier. So I don't know, guys. I don't understand the males out there who are so frustrated with dating that they say, you know what? I don't want a hot woman who's 36, 24, 36. I don't want that. I'm going to go find some penis to put in my mouth instead. Are you kidding me? And you've got young males dressing up as chicks now. They say they're trans and they're dating heterosexual alphas who are young just to have some companionship. My God, like, don't take the easy route out. Because when you take that route, guys, if you're putting on a dress just so you can have some companionship, you're never going to get a wife because you're going to put that mindset upon yourself that look how easy it is for me to get some because I dress like a chick. All right. Now, I had a friend of mine. He was a bit of an effeminate guy, but he was my friend, and disappears for a while. Just moved out when he was 19. Didn't see him for a while, and then comes back and says, "Oh, I think I'm gay." I said, "Well, yeah, we all thought that too. Like, you had to hide in Toronto for 3 years and not talk to any of us because you thought this." And I said to him, like, I'm disappointed in that you wouldn't give me a fucking phone call and just say, "Hey, I'm alive. I'm okay." But I said to him right to his face, I said, the thing with you is that you had about 10 chicks reject you in a row and you took it personally. And then you had some guy say yes to you and you thought, okay, you're going to go with this. So you went the easy route. You're not actually gay. You just didn't want to put up with the headaches of asking 1,000 women out to get one date. That's what I did. I remember when I was 15, I would ask, would you go to the movies with me? That's pretty much what it most likely seemed to them. Couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong, but I kept asking. And then I realized when I'm 18, wait a second, hold on. You can't ask women or chicks or girls anything. Because if you give them an option that has more than one answer, like, I don't know, 2 answers, for example, their brains they fry. So I stopped asking. I would say, hey, listen, I'm taking you out for dinner on Saturday, 6 p.m. Write your phone number down. Because remember, back then we didn't have cell phones. All right. We had phones you had to pick up and dial. We had those. Just slam the piece of paper down with a pen. I always had a pen on me after that. And that worked incredibly well. You don't ask women out. You say, I'm taking you out. There we go. So all the beta cucks out there, I hope you're listening. You don't just beg for some chick to talk to you. You walk right over, sit down at the table, introduce yourself. Hey, how are you? Kevin. I've got a bottle of wine on its way. And you just, you motion to the waiter. Say, yeah, give me a bottle of red. All right. Confidence. And then what you also do is you pull the waiter aside and you slap your card down. And you pay for just the stuff that you buy, not the stuff they buy, just the stuff you buy for them. All right. So confidence, but also remember, a fool and his money are soon parted. So don't part with dough unnecessarily. And believe me, a $19 to $15 bottle of wine that's just purchased for chicks at a table has the same effect as a $5,000 bottle of wine. Because really, do you know the difference? Does anyone really know the difference between the two? You ever see those assholes that swish it around? Yeah. These grapes were grown. It's an old strain from 1946. That's lovely. The Niagara region with a bit of California. Oh, wait, this is entirely California. I was mistaken. Fuck you. You don't know the difference. I've gone to wine shows all over North America, and I can tell you that there is no difference between cheap wine and expensive wine when your goal is just to have a glass of wine with food and get loaded. None. There we go. All right, so I got a comment here. I agree with you on politics, but you're going a bit overboard and your true colors are showing. Well, my true colors are, guys, that I smile a lot and I have a good time. All right, my true colors are that I know what I'm talking about, and I'm going to take all the life lessons that I learned the freaking hard way. Believe me, the school of hard knocks beat the shit out of me and Stefanos on the screen over there. So my true colors are that I'm enjoying myself because I've made all these mistakes in the past and I don't make those mistakes anymore. I'll make new ones. I will. And I'll learn from those too. So my true colors, Nuremberg, are a guy who enjoys himself a great deal. And whenever I am dating, because I think what you're alluding to is that I'm a bad guy in dating. When I'm on a date with a lady, she has a blast. I make sure of that. Whenever I am around women in general, so long as they are not deliberately going out of their way to be bitches, they will be treated like gold by me because I am a polite guy. And I don't want to be known as the guy who's a complete creep and asshole and swears all the time and, throws stuff around and yells at the waiter. That's not who I am at all. Period. I'm the guy that has fun wherever he goes. So the true colors that you are alluding to there, I know what you're trying to say. But I'm just talking in general to the entire adult populace watching this and everybody who will watch it when the live is done. To understand that there are better ways to do things. And Nuremberg, what I'm trying to also tell men out there is that they need to become masculine men again. That's what they need to do. That's what this is all about, this little piece that we've done here, this little sidetrack that we've done. There we go. And Angela says, on that note, she's going to have a glass of wine. You see, guys? There you go.
Pro tip for everybody. If you're eating somewhere, don't complain about the food because there's a real good chance it's going to get stomped on, kicked around, spit on, and then brought back to you. And you're going to say, oh, compliments to the chef. I've seen it firsthand.
If you're going to complain about food in a restaurant, complain, have them take it back and leave. Because, yes, Stefanos is right. The chef will get angry and they'll crap all over it. And Angela, see, I like Angela. This chick's all right. Angela says, on that note, I think I'll have a glass of wine with a wine icon on it, followed by cheap wine at that. So really, I'm going to say it again. Do any of us know the difference between a wine that's got some $700 cork in it or wine that you can go like this? Is there a difference? And Nadine's going to have some tea. And it's a shame, ladies, that I'm not there to join you in that beverage. Michael agrees with me on the wine thing. Yeah, there are some better tasting wines than others, but I think the whole idea of wine is just to like loosen the mood at the table. That's really about it. Alpha dudes buying $200 bottles of wine. I wouldn't do that. I think 25 is my cap. Australian Yellow Shiraz, I think, is $24.99 or $24.95 at most liquor stores in Canada when I was still in Canada. Angie says in Facebook there is a difference. Well, Angie, probably, but to the trainer, to the trained wine connoisseur, yes, there is. And those pretentious idiots with the little mustaches and the cheap tweed jackets and whatnot with the really weird looking 3-tone shoes and whatnot, those guys, they know too, but no one likes them. All right, so that's the difference. Let's go back to the Rumble room here and check for questions. Who do I think that Trump is going to pick for vice president? If he picked Tucker Carlson, the left wing would explode. All of them. They'd all have aneurysms. Their heads would explode. There'd be a brand new industry in the United States picking up, brain matter. There'd only be about that much for every left winger, but cleaning up heads that exploded. That'd be great. That would be great. And Angie, you're saying a good bottle of $500 and up of wine? If you buy it, I'll try it. But I'll tell you that if you were to put that one beside a $10 bottle of wine and then ask me to pick the better of the two or the higher quality one, it'd be a 50-50 chance of me getting it right. I would probably guess because it's the same to me. Now, if you're a wine connoisseur, I am not mocking wine connoisseurs. I was just getting at the fact that all of you, none of us need to spend that much money on wine because wine that's $500 at 9% alcohol will get you shit-faced as quickly as a $5 bottle of wine at 9% alcohol. Right? Is there a difference in the hangover? That part I don't know because I'm not a real big drinker.
I have never gotten a hangover. Well, first off, I don't get hangovers. Second, I've never even gotten buzzed off of wine. Any kind of wine I've drank, and I've drank the expensive to the cheap crap, and it doesn't do anything to me.
Total Annihilation says supposedly that you were told by cops that in Canada they don't need to show you a warrant like in the States. Never take legal advice from a cop. They're assholes. They lie. They're trained to lie. Legally, they are allowed to lie. That's all cops do. Everything that comes out of the mouth of a cop is a lie. It doesn't matter what they say. I'm shocked that these guys know their own names. They lie so much. They need a warrant. Never go to cops for legal advice. They don't know jack about the law.
Yeah, and Kevin, they don't even know law. Period. They know enforcement.
Enforcement, but not law. Angie says that when the price is higher, alcohol content and it's processed different. Okay, so Angie, tell you what, you're going to have to buy me wine and you take me on a wine date and then you can show me the right way to hold the glass up there and pretend to know what I'm talking about when I look through the wine and then try to identify what breed of grape was used to make it. I'm all for education, but you buy. There you go.
Well, Eliza, I hope I got it right. I don't go out to eat. I always cook my own stuff at home. I never eat out because I know what happens in restaurants. So I keep away from there. So if you want me to take you out to dinner somewhere, you're going to have to pick the place and stuff because what the hell do I know?
Okay. I'm just checking out the Rumble Room for more questions here. Helen Diamond, I can see your comments. So if you have a question, just go ahead. It might be quicker, folks, if you put the word question with a colon in front of your question so I can identify those more quickly. Stefanos, let's hear the real BS legacy Brian Mulroney leaves when he was first prime minister, like the Fed sales tax. Did he sign Canada onto Agenda 21 back in 1992? Brian Mulroney, who's dead now, he was the prime minister whose chin was 4 times bigger than Jay Leno's chin. And he always would talk like this. Well, let's see if I care. Ooh. And like, see how long my beard is? But my chin is like here, and the beard makes it look longer. His chin was longer than my beard, this guy. What he did is he very sneakily got the goods and services tax brought in. It was a 7% federal sales tax on products and services. And he pulled some stunt with the Senate to get that to go through, did he not?
Yeah, but he also divided Canada, and Trudeau's taken a textbook page out of his garbage and to rebuild it. But he didn't use them same words exactly, but meaning the exact same thing, and really screwed Canada. And don't forget, his parting present was he sued Canada for, I think it was something like 50 million. He was an American, born and bred in the States, groomed for this position in order to screw Canada and give the US the upper hand in a free trade also, which really screwed Canada yet again. So the guy's a pile of crap to me. All these people pretending they were, the fact that Trudeau goes there like it's his best butt buddy and stuff should be a warning to everyone and tells you what kind of friends these people are together.
Yeah. And now he's a corpse and worm food, and I'm happy about that. Believe me, I'm happy about that. Kevin, question. What's your take on Pierre Poilievre? If he wins the prime ministership, it's going to take him a little while to start making new laws and whatnot. So Canadians will get a bit of a reprieve from all the bullshit. I don't know. Expect maybe a year and a half where no new laws are going to be brought in to interfere with you. But he's WEF, no matter how you look at it. He's Agenda 2030, no matter how you look at it. It'll be better than having Trudeau around. I think there'll be fewer censorship laws and whatnot brought in. But Stefanos, I think you've got a different opinion. Go ahead.
Oh, big time different opinion. He's already on the record for saying that we have too many people waiting to get in the country, and he's got to remove the barriers for that. He wants to double what Trudeau has been bringing into Canada. He has digital ID. He said he wouldn't do it, but yet it's his party who brought it in, Bill S210. Look it up. And under the same guise as Trudeau, the same way under Bill 63, porn. They're all using porn and children and porn, but it's okay to get these transgenders whipping their schlongs in front of little kids' faces at story time hour, but that's not porn to them. Then we have the same thing. Canadians will not be able to get a job under him. He wants to bring in all the illegals, and he has said that if they're doctors or lawyers in other countries, they shouldn't have to go through 5 years of law school. They shouldn't have to go get licensed again to be in the medical. So they're going to remove all that stuff to let them just come on in and start going. Like, how can you have a communist lawyer come to Canada and defend somebody under Canadian laws? Crazy. He's ushered in digital ID. We've all seen Mark Friesen, God bless his soul, for what he has done, exposing him with a sustainable development. You're going to tell me a career politician who's been in office for 10 plus years and he doesn't know what UN Agenda 21 sustainable development is? BS. Either he's negligent in his job or he's just a freaking liar. Those are your only two options, and that's all there is to it. We're going to have no different than what we have now. Carbon tax, what has he said about carbon tax? We'll either get rid of it or we will reduce it. In other words, take the latter. He will reduce it. That's it. He's not going to save anything. The shit show will continue.
Yep. Yes, he will. And someone's asking me here if I heard about what happened in Mississauga today, my hometown, which is right beside Toronto. What happened today in Mississauga that was of any particular note is that there was a group of Palestinian supporters or whatever, Hamas supporters, who were shouting at Mississauga City Hall, "Death to Jews." That's what they were saying. So it's okay if Muslims yell "Death to Jews" in Mississauga. But when I cracked a couple of Muslim jokes back in 2017, I got arrested for it. Isn't that interesting? No hate speech charges being brought against these people. Oh, by the way, today's Monday, right? Yes. Today, I think I have my notes. Court appearance number 357, I think it was, today in the last 7 years. Yeah, today. Yeah, and the Crown attorney, his name is John Kingdon. He's an absolute loser. This guy here, my lawyer was unable to show up in court today by Zoom. So, I mean, whenever I've got court dates in Canada, I still show up for them by Zoom, even from Costa Rica here. But the last couple lawyers that I had on this case were male. So Kingdon was, this Crown attorney was very polite. But today, my lawyer, who's a guy my age, roughly, couldn't make it. So he sent a student in, young black chick about 22 years old. And this guy, John Kingdon, thought, oh, okay, look, it's a girl. She's not going to know what to do or say or fight back. So he just immediately 180-degree turn in his personality. You can just go and get disclosure from the previous lawyer. Blah, blah, blah. Wow, man. That's our courts. What a loser. Absolute loser. Steph, go ahead.
I don't know. I wasn't there, Kevin. I don't really know what to say, but more than likely because they were a student, they're going to try to rattle their cage. They're not there for that. When you send a student in, it's just to represent something simple, just to get them to get their feet wet and everything. So they're not going to turn around and allow a lawyer to power trip on them in any way, shape, or form. So this is why you get your way at the end of the day on those types of dates. It's actually pretty unprofessional of him.
Oh, incredibly. Well, he's a loser and a coward. That's all. Unfortunately, losers and cowards are completely in charge of every facet of Canadian and American life these days. That's the problem. When weak men, males, not men, when weak males are in charge of anything, everything goes to shit. It falls apart.
Kevin, there's another thing too, like all of this diversity garbage, all of this UN crap, it's all in the legal system. It's all crept into the law society. It's all throughout all of that. And there are lawyers, they're split 50-50. Half are fighting against each other, half are fighting for this garbage. So they're all, they're all balled up. Like, let's take for example, all right?
Mm-hmm.
We've seen the CBC say there's job opening, whites need not apply. Where's the hate crime charge there? Where's the human rights violations there? We've had law firms that have come up, black only. Where's the discrimination there? Where, nothing. But remember, I can't remember if it was in Ontario or if it was Alberta. Somebody put out a poster on telephone poles or something about uh, play areas, whites only. All of a sudden, it's pull the posters down when you see them. We got the police involved investigating. Where's the double standard here? What is going on? Last I checked, and I haven't seen anybody in Canada bring up a constitutional challenge to this, because the Constitution says that the law applies to everyone equally. So when did we make the law apply to one race and not the other? And again, I'm going to say it, there's no such thing as racism. Racism is a government created thing, period. Because that's who's making the laws. That's who's making the laws apply to one race other than the other, to cause this division on people. No different than every other politician has done through all of this time.
Correct. And it's all part of the plan, as they say. So let me jump into the Rumble Room again, have a look at more questions. Okay, having a look. Oh, there's a lot of questions here now in the Rumble Room. What do you know about billing the Canadian Revenue Agency for time spent doing income tax and filings, HST filings, FinTrack reporting? Well, you can always send them a letter in advance telling them that you will be billing them for your time. You're not going to really be able to enforce it, but you can start being obnoxious about it. Send in bills, and then maybe send in or hire a collection agent to call them. Would that work, Steph? Let's hear about that. Go ahead.
No, it's not going to work. You can try. You can try to take them to court even on top of it to make your case, but ultimately it won't. They'll say it's something that it's your responsibility to do, so therefore you must do it. Even though there are case law out there, none for the government, but there are for the people. Jean-Serge Brizon, past Libertarian Party leader, very smart guy, he won his court. And he hadn't filed income tax for over 20 years. He won his case in court. And the judge, that was right straight to the prosecutor. You expect me to take your side when there is absolutely zero case law on this for the government, but there is case law for the people on this. So as far as charging them for your billing and stuff, no. And I sent you the email today. I don't know if you've gandered through it. Bear trust. This is something you better all talk to your accountants about and everything, because there's millions of Canadians about to be turned into criminals by the government. They're going to give you a 1-year grace period, and you will all be criminals after that. It's surveillance beyond belief. It's contradictory to other acts. Like, they must have not looked at any of the acts and just went ahead and said, okay, probably got the word from the UN to do it, and they went and done it. So bear trust. It's called BARE. Talk to your accountants about it. And absolutely no one is talking about this, which is one of the most serious problems we have now in Canada. And I can't believe anyone is speaking about it. I'm going to research this more, Kevin, and hopefully we can do a show on it.
Yeah, we will be doing a show on that. For those who watched the banking show that we did 2 weeks ago, that's with Rob Anders, a former friend and business colleague, and government colleague of Justin Trudeau. His name is Rob Anders. He's going to come back on the show and do part 2 of the Canada bank system being folded up shop. All right, so don't miss that one. Don't miss that one at all. We're going to go back to the Rumble Room for questions here. Oh, by the way, everybody, I've got something very, very quickly to show you. Hold on.
Angie, as far as your question is going about their agenda being on time, no, it's not. This is one of the reasons that they use lockdowns and everything to attempt to advance it. It's organizations like the one I'm with, the association, the Ontario Landowners Association. We've been stopping them at every corner through the courts. So this is one of the things that they're behind, and this is why there was such a big push, especially on 5G and everything else, because they need that surveillance net up and running.
All right. This guy here, Stefanos, we've made a discovery recently. This guy is named Bob Hamilton. He's the Commissioner of Finance or Commissioner of Revenue at the Canada Revenue Agency. I had 3 clients this weekend talk to me on the phone about the Canada Revenue Agency overcharging them tax. So letters that have been sent out to Canadians right now in reference to having CERB payments repaid, CERB payments that the government gave out during COVID, his name is signed on them. For those who had rent assistance programs done during COVID, he signed off saying, you owe us money, we want the money back. For corporate income tax, his name is there. For GST returns, his name is there. And for income tax, personal income tax, his name is there. So this guy's name is being used on probably the better part of 5 million letters or more. But it turns out this guy exists. So did he write those letters specifically to you? No. But the advantage here is that when we write letters demanding anything from him, he only gets, we only have to give him 15 days to get things to us. So he's not going to be able to get them to you if you're addressing it to him. He's got too many letters to deal with. So Stefanos, for example, one of my clients here, we demanded the full assessment that he made of my client. We're giving him 15 days to get it to us, or he admits that there is no debt. Now, that's not going to work in its entirety by itself, but any lawsuits that my client files against him, the commissioner of the CRA, and the CRA will be quoting the fact that we gave them 15 days to prove that there was a debt, and they refused to cooperate.
Yeah, Kevin, 14 days is considered reasonable. If he doesn't act, or one of his handlers, because there's several of them, that will respond for him, they may try to use the excuse. And generally, the courts will allow them a little bit of grace period. They'll say they're backed up and use all this garbage. But for sure, all those letters are generic letters to everybody. They just get the old print going with a list of names and away they go. It's the staff that does it. It's not this degenerate, it's not this guy himself who, I'll call him by his true name, this bureaucrat who is writing these personally. This is a generic that they just get a print and it goes all out there. And Angie, yeah, that's right. When it was locked down, so there was no traffic, there was no people because people thought they couldn't go anywhere. And that's when they got it full swing all over the place and put them up.
All right. We can go one of two ways with this conversation now. We can go back to silly or we can go to serious here. So I'll stick with serious for a bit. Yes, I'll address your silly questions, but hold on. How long do you think one has to pull their money out of Canada? So Angela wants to know that one. As Stefanos and I have already alluded to, it's a better idea to keep your money out of the banks right now. This is my suggestion. The most diverse portfolio that you can have right now is property, gold, Bitcoin, and some cash. All right? Got to have some cash in case things go to pot for a bit. Also, if you are able to get over to the native reserves, Indian reserves, as they call them, and get yourself cigarettes. If you've got the room to store this stuff and keep them vacuum sealed, cigarettes are currency. When money loses value, cigarettes, alcohol, medicine, food, warm clothes, all that stuff becomes money. So one of the things that I had suggested to others is that if you have a basement and it's full of junk that has no value, well, garage sale it, get cigarettes from the native reserves because you can buy them, I think, 18, 19 bucks for 200 cigarettes. They sell them cheap. Lord knows if it's even tobacco, but you don't have to smoke them. Just trade them at some point in the future. Even alcohol. You know, from time to time, things like Canada Club whiskey And whiskey is good because everybody, for some reason, likes that stuff. I hate it, but whiskey and vodka and rum are really easy to trade in a crashed economy. So, Angela, always keep one Canadian bank account open minimum so you can do email money transfers. Do not deny yourself the ability to do an email money transfer. That's very handy, and you don't want to be in a position where you cannot take an email money transfer. They really do help. But I wouldn't be storing my money in Canadian banks right now at all. This is not the 1970s. So all the advice your parents gave you about put 10% of every paycheck away in the bank. Why? If you're able to cash out your checks and never put them in the bank, or just cash them at the bank fast, keep your money out of the banks. I think $5,000 is about the max that anybody should really have in a Canadian bank right now. And there's also other ways to not pay taxes. And this is over the next 2 weeks, everybody, there's new services I'm offering about not paying tax. And if there's anybody out there currently who has a corporation in Canada, small or medium size is fine. If you've just got yourself a massive tax bill, I can get rid of that entire tax bill. I've been doing some reading into case law, and I have been talking to lawyers about this, and I have found a 100% legal way to crush a corporate debt that you have. Not a personal debt, but if you have a corporation in debt, a big debt, get a hold of me. We can ditch it in about 2 weeks. Not a day. It's not going to be a day. I'm not going to lie to you about that. 2 weeks. If you do everything I ask, it'll be 2 weeks. So get a hold of me on my personal website. It's somewhere over here on the what do you call that? The TikTok profile. God, I'm having a tough time with that word. Profile. And for everybody who's watching on Rumble, if you do have a small corporation and you want to get a hold of me, my personal website address is in the bottom left corner there, kevinjjohnston.me. That's kevinjjohnston.me. And that's where you'll be able to get a hold of me. And indeed, let me know what your particular issues are, and I'll solve them. All right? But you got to cooperate with me, okay? I'm going to give you homework. You got to do it. So don't call me if you're not going to do your homework. All right. Angela says, I'm hoping to come and visit you in Costa Rica this summer and discuss property and banking further. Well, I'm going to start eventually, not just yet, but I am going to start having big conferences in San Jose and possibly even Panama City, where we invite people to come down and actually sit in a nice hotel with real food, not donuts, and discuss these exact things. Because it's about due time that Canadians start getting out of Canada, even if it's only for a week. Just see what the rest of the world has to offer. You'll be pretty amazed. San Jose is a pretty cool city. Panama City, I haven't been yet, but I plan to see it as quickly as I can. All right. Next question. What are your thoughts on the Punjab international students protesting failing in school? Teachers said the final project was plagiarized by 80% of the students' final paper. Let's get racist, shall we? You guys know what I'm going to say, all right? But I don't give a shit that I'm going to get reactions that are not favorable. In Indian culture, lying is okay. Deception's just fine. It's perfect. It's no problem. There's nothing wrong with it in their culture. So what you have is a whole bunch of Indian kids that their mom and dad has money somehow, and they put their kids through school, and these kids are just utilizing ChatGPT now to write their essays for them, or they're literally going to those websites where you can buy a highly successful essay and submit that and so on. Well, those kids are all part of a thieving, conniving, stealing culture. Isn't it remarkable that it was just Indian kids protesting that? There's no white kids protesting it. There you go. So they probably did plagiarize. And if I was a teacher and you plagiarized in my class, I would take that as an insult to my integrity and I would fail your ass. Absolutely, I'd fail your ass. I'm not into assigning big, stupid projects that don't mean anything. I wouldn't be saying, yeah, write a 40,000 word essay. That's dumb. I would say, give me a concise business report, 3 pages, and I would give the criteria. Tell me what the product is. Tell me why it's good. Tell me why you're the best. Tell me why I should trust you, and convince me to sign the dotted line. That's the type of projects that teachers should be handing out. And then you make them do it in the class. There you go.
Kevin, dishonesty and all this stuff, like you just said, that's supposed to be a sign of a very good businessman in those cultures.
Yes. And I think that that's a cat's tail and not a microphone that you just used.
I'm speaking into the mic.
You're speaking into the cat's ass. Congratulations. All right. I don't want to know what goes on behind closed doors in your house. All right. Beautiful. All right. Someone's asking me here, would you suggest selling a primary home or keep paying a mortgage? I need a bit more detail on that. But if you've got a house in Canada and you're more than 80% paid off, it's worthwhile to hang on to it and continue paying into it. If you're able to rent the basement out or convert the garage into an apartment and make money on it, why not? If you've got a big backyard, those are pretty useless these days. My my buddy that I grew up with, 2 doors down from where I grew up, he turned his backyard into a, ready for this, storage for people's expensive cars. Because people are storing cars at public storage bins, units, and they're getting vandalized anyway. Like there's actually this big thrill of breaking into what are those guys called? They're discount or something budget, like all whatever. But it's budget storage, those guys. So people are breaking in and stealing and trashing. So my buddy has he's gone out of his way to put interlocking stone down in his backyard. And when he did that, he brought in, hold on, I got to do that stupid puzzle piece thing on TikTok. And there we go. So once he laid the rock down, he was advertising safe storage of your car. Yeah, there's a power flicker. I might lose the internet here. Shit. Sometimes I hate being on a mountaintop. Keep your car where it's safe. He's got 6-foot fences all the way around his backyard. You can't see into his backyard. He converted the front of the fence to being one that could swing open and let a car park inside of his backyard. And there you go. He's got 7 cars in there, and he's making money doing it. Good for him. Yeah?
Yeah, Kevin, actually down here in Niagara, there's been several storage facility break-ins. And, one lady was a lady that there was a GoFundMe for. She was homeless and everything. The bank is taking her home. She was living in a vehicle with her dog. Somebody made a GoFundMe, screwed her on the GoFundMe, kept the money themselves, wouldn't give it to her, maybe used about $2,500 out of it for her, and the rest they've kept it. Then she put everything into storage, and it wasn't even 3 days. It got broke into. All of her stuff was taken, stolen, and it's a lot of break-ins going on in storage facilities. I know quite a few people who've had their stuff broken into and stolen.
Okay. Just checking out the questions here. Heather says, question, are you too young, Kevin, to remember a great Mexican restaurant in Streetsville called Patty C's? Had great food, early 1990s. You'll be happy to know that I shouldn't even tell this story, but I'm going to. There was a short while there. I was about 24 when I had my first meal in that restaurant in Mississauga. And the owner was some chick who was on a dating website that me and my buddies had also joined a couple of months earlier. So she invited us over to her restaurant to meet up. And that's when we found out halfway through the meal that she was the owner. And she just suckered us into buying tacos at her restaurant. I mean, clever girl, but I never went back. Yes, the food was good, but she pulled a fast one. I remember it quite well. I had a place on Thomas Street just around the corner from it. Alrighty, next. All right, next question there. No, I'm not friends with Alex Jones. Oh, sorry. Mike Judge is friends with Alex Jones. I don't know Mike Judge either, aside from the cartoons that he makes. What country has the lowest IQ? Stefanos, they're asking for your opinion specifically.
You don't have to look too far. See how quickly and how badly Canada has fallen in the tests they've been doing and everything. We've gone so far down. The USA is right there with us. They're actually, I think, in a little bit of a worse position than we are, but or they might be better. But this is all part of the dumbing down of the population. So education is just not education anymore. Like, how do you do math? You know, we've all heard the discussion to remove math from schools. What are they going to do? What are two trans behinds and two heterosexuals behinds? What does that equal? Like, how are they going to teach us stuff? This is the point of how stupid it's gotten. Without math, you're done. You can't do anything. You can't do engineering. You can't build. You can't do finances. You got no clue what you're doing. You can't run business. You can't make budgets. You can't do anything. Math is the key to everything. If you don't know it, we're screwed.
Yeah, and The Simpsons, if you remember about 15 years ago, they had a really good joke where they were showing schools in the future. And first off, the desks were like 7 stories of desks. The kids were all stacked on top of each other, looking up. And it said, "This math lesson brought to you by Pepsi." All right. And then the teacher says, "Tell us, students, how do numbers make you feel?" Like they knew what was coming. The Simpsons always got everything right with their predictions.
Hey, Kevin, you just brought me back to Idiocracy. Wasn't water anymore. Brondocom. It's got electrolytes. And I'm hearing this stupid electrolyte stuff in commercials now. And remember, if you drank water, they looked at you like you were some kind of retard and they'd laugh and they'd say, "You mean like out of the toilet?" Because water was only used for toilet. So they couldn't grow anything, if you remember that. But this is what it's heading to. This is exactly what we're heading to. And I think that was a movie that's for predictive programming.
Yeah, well, I think so. Smart people would have watched that movie and realized, okay, they're correct on that. I'm not going to be a dumbass. I'll make sure my kids aren't. People could actually learn lessons from these things, but they seemingly just don't. I'm just having a look here. Having a quick look at the questions. Okay, so we got some comments here about gay guys, which is great, but they're not questions. So we're addressing questions tonight. Why is Canada so stupid as not to require only a Canadian can become prime minister? Because we stopped. Once we were able to use paperwork to convince Indians, Native Indians, to give us their land, the Canadian way of being, ready for this, became paperwork. You don't have to go and fight because you can just sign paperwork. There's no fight left in Canadians. The last tough men that there were in Canada fought and died in World War II. Beyond that, they're not men anymore. None of them. It's all because of the two different directions that Canada and the United States went. Same continent, two different directions. Americans fought blood, sweat, and tears for everything they've got. Canadians used paperwork to get it, and now that paperwork is backfiring. And look what we got here is a whole bunch of weak men that don't know what they're doing and can't even read.
Kevin, I'll take that a step further. I'll challenge everybody that's watching this on whatever media you're watching it on. Watch the old movies. Watch the old late 40s, 50s movies. Watch it. Pay attention to what's going on in today's world and watch what's going on there. I'm sure you're going to connect a lot of the dots. I never did understand it when I was younger, but now once in a blue moon, I'll watch it and I'll understand totally.
Okay, here we got a couple of questions coming up here. Hold on there. So Laura Lee is asking, Kevin, do you still own a place in Canada? No. The government took everything I have. The government stole my house, stole my car, stole my money, took everything. When they stole my house with paperwork, I was granted 6 days to move everything out of my house. That's it. And the house is gone. $1.1 million, just like that. I'm in court with the Alberta government over this. I'm not hopeful. I really don't think that they're going to let this go through. But no, as a result of that, I have to rebuild my life, which is what I'm doing here in Costa Rica. Rebuilding where the Canadian government can't steal my stuff. There we are. All right. How much does a family of 4 need to move to Costa Rica and live? Are there jobs for young men? Costa Rica is regrettably not a country that you come to for work. Unless you're prepared to open up a business, you don't come here for jobs. Costa Rica's number one industry right now is real estate. And when I say number one is real estate, it's number 2 is like on the floor. All right. Their industry is tourism, but real estate is bigger than tourism as it stands right now. So if you're going to be moving to Costa Rica, I highly recommend you have a pension, a residual income, or you work remote, or you've got an online income of some type. Do not move a family here unless you have income. Now, I will be scouting other countries at some point, like El Salvador, Barbados, and Panama, Colombia, Argentina, to find out where you can stretch your dollar the furthest. And I will eventually find out where these places are. But Costa Rica, if you have money, you're great. But if you're not replacing your money, Costa Rica will burn through your cash pretty fast. But perhaps, T. Bulmer, if you want to go to my personal website, my name, kevinjjohnston.me, hit the contact form and ask me any personal questions or make, but don't do it here in public where everyone can see. Ask your questions privately, and I can get you some more information on that. By the way, we're only at 3,800 likes here. Can everyone start going do and start tapping your screen, please? Let's get some likes going. Let's have a look at the Rumble room right now. What do we have? We have 28 likes. Everybody who's watching right now on Rumble, right below Stefanos' face, you'll see the thumbs up and the thumbs down. Please hit the thumbs up. Everybody like it. If you're on Facebook, please go ahead and start smacking the hearts if you could and share this out to everybody. Absolutely everybody. Angie, you're correct. Immigration and climate wars will be pushed on us so they can shut us down and try to eliminate the American election from taking place. There we go. All right. Keep going down the list here. Just got here. Okay, did you discuss Olivia Chow's plan to tax rainfall on your property? Yes, we did. You can watch the replay for that one. It's about maybe the half an hour mark of the show. All right. Let's go through your questions. All right, guys. So if you have a question, look, because the Rumble room is really busy tonight, which is awesome. I love you guys for it. Just put the word question in capital letters right before your question, and I'm going to get to it for you. So question, imagine this. If creation of money is a Ponzi scheme, fraud wouldn't make the Western nations exploding national debt. Okay, so I think what you're trying to say is if money wasn't just created out of thin air, that we probably would not be in the debt that we're in. Well, that's actually not true, really, because in order for fiat currencies to work, somebody always has to be in debt. Nobody can always be out of debt in a fiat-based currency system. And I've done 5 really long 2, 3, and 4 hour shows about how currency is created. So I won't do that now because it would be a full 2 hour answer to your question. But I could encourage you to go to rumble.com/KevinJJohnston, which you can also find by typing in freedomreport.ca and go through the archives of my videos. There's about 1,600 videos there, and you will find that information.
Yeah, Kevin, and when places like Toronto start hiking the crap up, and the same thing with the region, and people start fleeing, either fleeing to Canada or fleeing those areas they're living in, they have to raise the taxes. And you know how they're not for development. They don't allow development. The development is what's saving your behinds because they have to expand their tax base so they can keep up infrastructure and stuff. No development, then you get no expanding of the tax base, and then whoever lives there is going to eat the brunt of all the money when they're raising it. Then they all leave, and then it goes up again. So a good example, just look up on Google, look up Blind River bankruptcy, And you can see municipalities can go bankrupt. They turn into ghost towns, or else the province takes over, and then everyone's on the hook for everything. It's a real crap show.
Okay. Correct. Now, a couple things here. We're going to fire through some of these shorter questions. Is that a cat, Stefanos, or a raccoon?
It's a cat. Raccoons are out back.
And raccoons, I would never let one of those in the house, believe me.
Oh, they're nice, Kevin.
Kevin, I am the only one that enjoys a spaghetti western on Saturdays. Oh, are you the only one that enjoys spaghetti westerns? I don't know. I was never into them. So, beats me. Maybe you are, because I couldn't get into them myself. Question, will axe the tax at the borders affect anything?
That's like a super broadly term, axe the tax at the borders. Like, as to what are you talking? Are we talking carbon tax? Are we talking border tax, like GST stuff? What kind of tax are we talking?
Well, I guess we'll find out. Just going to go into there and get some more questions here. Yes, Clint Eastwood was always in the spaghetti westerns, guys. I wasn't really a fan of those. I like Clint Eastwood as Dirty Harry. That's when I had my real taste of Clint Eastwood. But then I did see some of the westerns that he was in, and he always had that with the cigar in his mouth. And as a kid, I thought that was pretty cool.
The good, the bad, and the ugly. They're just awesome. Spaghetti westerns were great. Fistful of dollars, fistful of dynamite. Yeah, they're awesome stuff.
And they were called spaghetti westerns because they were Italian produced. Is that what it was?
Yeah, and the music was great too. Yeah.
The music was awful. So good it's bad. That's it.
Oh, come on. They were perfect fitting for that stuff. It was just would build up the intensity. It was just great. I guess you were into different things.
All right. Clint Eastwood's best Western, I thought, was The Outlaw Josie Wales. Haven't seen it.
That was a good one too. Yes.
Yeah. Question. Will they reach their Agenda 2025 and 2030 depot at 500,000? Do I think that they're going to get us down to 500,000 people before 2030? No. That would be a hell of a trick. No.
So their goals are, their timelines are, Agenda 21 is to be fully implemented by 2035, and Agenda 2030 is to be fully implemented by 2050. Well, if these guys keep jabbing themselves up, and remember, that's why I'm telling you, people, go look at Rockefeller, go look at the UN's website, don't hide. Forget the WEF. These guys are distractions. Look at the real ones that are really in control. You will see they are saying over and over that cities and stuff like that, provinces, and they're going to target cities mostly that are the most vax resistant, and they are going to create a demand for vaccines. So what does that mean? The way I read it, it says they're going to create something that really does something in order to make people take it. If they fall for that kind of garbage, well, I think they will. There will be one way or another, be it by nukes, be it by jabs, one or the other.
Okay. Something to think about. I don't disagree. Ken's asking how the food is in Costa Rica. Healthy. They don't have chemicals in there because the farmers can't afford them. We've gone to a lot of farms in the middle of nowhere, and the cows just eat grass and corn feed. That's it. The farmers literally have no money to buy anything crazy for their animals. Chickens are almost all free range down here, almost all of them, and the beef is, well, I'd say the beef is good. The chicken's great. The pork is absolutely delicious in Costa Rica. And if a restaurateur does not know how to cook well, they won't be around for very long. So let me tell you something. There is a great deal of competition, not for mind share for money, but competition in quality of food. So here in Uvita and one town over in Dominical, food's good, man. It's good. I'm very happy with it. And the chicken wings here, everybody, it's not just those little pieces like this. Like you don't like Chinese penis size. It's not that. The chicken wings that you get here are huge because they leave part of the actual breast on there too, or the connective meat is all there on these things. So when you get 10 chicken wings here, it's like almost eating a whole chicken. There's that much meat on these chicken wings. It's absolutely. Okay. Let's have a quick peek here at the rest of your questions, everybody. All right, so we can go to the silly questions now that all the serious ones seem to be out of the way. All right. Stefanos, well, I'm going to ask you this one. What do you think about men now competing for all of the Miss World titles? Go ahead.
Horrible stuff. Horrible idea. Yeah, you can't have that. They just should not be allowed. Hey, Kevin, look, who was it just recently? Was it the World Games or the Olympics or something? They said absolutely not to these trans or whatever the hell you want to call them competitors that want to get into the women's stuff. So they've already shut them down on that. What kind of a crap show is going to come out of that? Who knows? But heck no. We've seen it in MMA. I don't see any women going into the male sports. They'll get, KTFO. But we've seen the males go into the women's MMA, and we've seen the surgeries that followed up on that because of cracked skulls, literally. You can get a 120-pound male beat the living piss right out of a 350-pound female. It's just the way we are built, our whole skeletal system, our whole connecting tissue system and muscles, ligaments, everything. We're built for power. We're not built for looks. It's just, this stuff just drives me crazy when I see that kind of stuff. And I think that these athletes should start laying lawsuits, not only on the so-called competitors who are going into it, but against these organizations that are organizing or holding these events and stuff. They should be suing the hell out of them for damages that come out of there. Mike. Kevin, your mic, Kevin.
Okay, someone. Okay, fuck. Yeah, I'm getting tired. We hear echo. Someone just sent me this video. All right. All right. So it looks like a chick, right? It's not. It's not. And this Chinese guy yells out, "Oh, hot dog." I guess we can't really hear it. Anyway, so like, was that a guy? I can't tell. And I guess if we can't tell anymore, then no. Maybe they should compete because I can't tell anymore.
There's only one way we can tell, Kevin, and we can't see down there.
Well, yeah, and the last thing I'm going to do is go to a competition for women where the goal is to look as good as possible and say, by the way, I'm the crotch inspector for tonight's contest. Drop them. Yeah, I'm not doing that. In fact, I wouldn't even take that job on because you know exactly what's going to happen. Like, first off, here's the deal. You'd have to film yourself doing this so that nobody could accuse you of touching or improper behavior. Yet, the catch-22 is if you're filming this, now you're filming pornography, and now you've changed the entire dynamic of the situation anyway. Right? So I just want to say this to the women who are watching. You've allowed men into your sports leagues. There we go. So you allowed men in your sports leagues. Let me just turn all that off. And you don't say anything about it. In fact, sometimes when reporters come out and ask you about it, you don't talk to the reporters because you're angry that the reporters are asking you about why there's a guy pretending to be a chick playing in your league in the first place. Why are you offended by that? Why are you putting up with it? It don't make any sense to me at all. So now you've got men that can outfox you in every single sport going. They can just say that they're women and now they're in there. And you're okay with it. And you clap and cheer for them like this when they get their medals on the first place podium. You're doing that. You guys remember when that 19-year-old fat Hawaiian whatever creature thing guy won the Miss America, I don't know, Massachusetts or something? He was a fat pig, and his male tits were out and they folded down. So it's like a sandwich like this of fat hanging. And you could see his fat male tits underneath this tight gold dress that he's wearing. And the organizers say that he wins, and all the chicks on stage with him are going, yay! And they're laughing and they're clapping and cheering. So what is it, ladies? You want masculine men, or you want to applaud for guys who win beauty contests for women?
I think there's a contract they have to sign that they can't make the sport, if you want to call that a sport, look bad. So they have to keep up their appearances and the professionalism about it. And, maybe that's it, or else they face lawsuits or get expelled permanently. Who knows?
Well, that's not a very far-fetched idea. Probably true. But it's still happening. And women are not stopping it. And now, if you look at that picture of that, I think that's a guy. I mean, obviously, with the hot dog joke being at the end of it, that has to be a guy. But so now what we have here are men going out of their way to look fitter and better than women. And they're actually succeeding at it, because the guys, the males who want to be what they're called she-males, they literally are having bones removed from their ribs, and they're having their hips scraped, and they're using, what do you call those things? Around your waist. What do you call them? Corsets, is it? Corsets.
Corsets, that's
Corsets. They're using corsets to shape their bodies to get their waists really trim and whatnot. So men are what? Better athletes, and now they're better looking women than women? Like, we're in trouble here, society. This is not good. And it terrifies me, because I'm a sucker for a really good looking woman. And now, if all the good-looking chicks are potentially going to be men, I'm just going to stay home and take care of myself. Forget it. Not interested. That would be very disappointing, just for the record. And I can't get on the dance floor and say, "Hey, sweetheart, dance with me." Hold on. Oh, no, never mind. Can't do that either. So we're in trouble. Yeah, we are in trouble. Let me check the Rumble room here for questions. Okay, so someone's asking me why sand is called sand. Then they answered their own question, because it sits between the sea and the land, so it is sand. I don't think that's the etymology of the word, but clever wordplay. Alrighty. All right, I'm just going to check here. We got some questions coming in. Holly Lucy says those must be young girls. Yeah, it's usually the girls under 35 who are defending men's rights to pretend to be women, which I think is just ludicrous. Holly also says that she loves and wants a masculine man. Thank God we've got normal women here. This is good news. All right, so not all hope is lost. Thank God for that. Thank you, Holly, for saying so. And now Holly's getting marriage proposals in the chat room. That's beautiful.
Well, that didn't take long.
So what's my definition of a good-looking woman? Well, first off, one that doesn't look like me, okay? Let's start with that. Feminine features, feminine facial structure, good bone structure. The woman's shape, man. It's got to look like a woman. And I like them fit. I mean, I like my women able to outrun me, at least. They're never going to outbox me or outlift me. And they're never going to out-endurance me in something crazy like dragging 1,000 pounds behind my back. But they can outrun me. So I like the idea of being with a woman who's exceptionally fit. Is no matter what anyone says, a six-pack on a chick is hot. And so is really cut muscle. That's hot. I like that. So a good-looking woman takes care of herself. Obviously, she eats well. And her skin is not going to show any signs of wear and tear from cigarettes, alcohol abuse, drug use. Like, I'm not into any of that stuff. So the woman does not have to be a perfect 10. I'm good with a 7 to a 7.5 if she is. Yes, Angie. See, Angie knows what I like. If she is athletic. She's got to take care of herself. She's got to appreciate her body, not just from the standpoint of how good it looks, but how healthy she is, because I'm 50, I'll be 53 this year. So if I'm going to be in any particular situation where I'm going to date someone new on a permanent basis, I'd like them to live. I don't want to be involved with someone who's going to cack off and die in a couple of years. Why invest that kind of time if she's not taking care of herself?
I think you got something wrong. Angie is telling you her specifications of what she is.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, Angie. Well, yeah. Well, those aren't my measurements. I've never been 36, 24, 36. The last time I had a 36-inch chest, I think I was 5. All right. So I'm almost at 48-inch chest now. It's out of control. There you go. What do you think? Hey? There you go. What do you think, ladies? There we go. Get you looking at that. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. There's muscle in there. So I'm working hard on that, folks. I practice what I preach. If I say that I want to be involved with a woman who's strong, I better be strong myself. That's how that works. I actually sternly lectured a friend of mine today about the fact that this male that I know has no ass muscles. I said, dude, for friggin' real, man, what are you going to do when you're 65? All right. Remember, guys with ass muscles, like the glutes, they stand up straight. They walk, like men. The ones who don't, the old men with no ass, where their pants fall down, who walk like this, what are they on? Canes, walkers. When they're standing, talking to people, they're always leaning on something because they don't have the strength to lift their torso up. Everyone says have a strong lower back. No, man. Well, yes, that helps, but glutes, you got to work them out. And a lot of men out there, honestly, they think that having strong, big glutes, it makes them gay. No, it makes you strong, and it means you're not going to be on a cane in your 60s. There you go. So,
I got good buttocks. Just don't be grabbing them when I see you, all right? Finally in person.
Oh, Stefanos doesn't like it when women feel him up. What's the matter with you?
I was talking about you, Kevin.
Oh. So, here's the funny thing. I've known you how long? 4 years?
Oh, God, longer than that.
Is it almost 5 years now? You know that you and I have never met in person?
Yeah, that's strange. I think it's been around 6 years that I know you.
Oh, hold on. Angie also says she yells at hockey games. So it looks like we're getting the women are giving their stats now. Oh, this is good. All right, the women are giving their stats now. Fantastic. This is a great show, isn't it? It really is. Nadine's got some comments here.
Beautiful.
Oh, and Nadine, I'm not into big makeup. That's a good point, Nadine. No, you'll find actually, ladies, that the average dude doesn't want you wearing a ton of makeup. It's really stupid. You're going to spend, what, $2,000 on a makeup kit so you can spend 15 to 16 hours prepping your face to go out for a 2-hour date? No, don't do that. Lipstick, eyeliner, done. Forget the foundation. Forget the powder. Forget all that stupid shit. Yeah. Oh, God, no. No, don't do that. Keep it simple. And actually, Angie, no makeup is really, it's better, especially when you're just casually doing the Netflix and chill or whatever they call that now. If I'm hanging out with some chick in the basement watching a movie, the last thing I want to deal with is makeup on my clothing. No, not into it. Period. Okay, so Nadine says, ha, 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 I've got 13 years on you. She's going to be 67 this year. And she's got the perfect t-shirt for me. And, oh, Laura Lee says my legs have to be strong too. Okay, so Laura Lee, do me a favor. After the show is done, go to my Instagram channel. Actually, it might even be on TikTok as well. But go back to, I think, September of last year, and you'll see me do a 500-pound deadlift. So check that out. My legs are potent. You're damn right you got to keep your legs strong. I never want to be on a cane. I do not want walking assistance at any point. I'd like to be one of those 83-year-old guys that still climbs hills and runs with the dog. That's what I would like to be.
God, I don't know, Kevin. I might be in trouble. The legs are really good. The legs are super good. But, hair. I just can't grow hair. I'm done.
Oh,
Like,
chest hair?
look at that beard. I can't grow hair anywhere. I don't have hair on my legs, nothing. I don't even shave them or anything like that. It just never had it. I'm in trouble.
Angie is okay. Here, check this out. Okay, guys, I think we're now officially a dating service. Check this out. Angie says, let's go through it all. Blonde, 5'4", 120 pounds, athletic, 36, 24, 36, can knock down walls, can mow the lawn, can kick ass, cooks a mean lasagna and Irish stew. Holy shit, this is like billboard material, man. Keep going. Runs with big dogs, can yell at hockey games, and yet whisper sweet nothings in your ear. Laugh out loud, tickle, tickle. Okay, I think I know what that means. No makeup and only lip gloss. Okay, that's fine. And can push 1,500 pounds with her legs from riding motorcycles. I think you would scare the living shit out of all the average guys out there. I think the average guy would look at you, pee themselves, and run. I think so. Their white socks would be yellow pretty fast. And I'm being asked here, should men work on their asses to attract women? Let the women in the room answer that one. I have deliberately worked my ass out, like I told you guys. Remember I showed it to you during my dating show last year? I showed it to everybody. With the amount of muscle that's in my ass and legs, I showed everything, and I got a whole boatload of compliments on that. So I would say yes, but the ladies, women, you answer that now. And I'm just going to jump over to, did I talk to Kate Middleton? No. No, I didn't. I wouldn't probably. Here we go. To the men, these days, when you meet a woman and go on a date, throw a Viagra in her drink, you'll soon know if you're out with a woman or a man. That's still assault. I wouldn't do that. I'm not putting anything in a woman's drink. I don't care what it is. Even if it's vitamin C, I'm not doing it.
That's
no way.
The thing to do. Fuck it.
That's funny stuff. All right, I'm just going to check the questions on. And yeah, Angela says it helps, guys. It helps. So do your squats, do your hill climbing. Yeah, there you go. What else do you do? Do your hamstring lifts, do your kettlebell thrusts, do your hip thrusts, do all that stuff. Do it all. Yeah, do it all. Why would you want to be a guy with a huge chest and no legs and no ass? There's actually, oh God, there's a guy in the gym here. He's just like that. This guy's a friggin' machine from the waist up. From the waist up, I watched this guy today bench press 420 pounds. He's in his early 60s. And his legs are like this. He wears shirts. They're all ripped and torn to pieces. And when you look at him, he's not cut, but the muscle just sits a millimeter below the skin. So if you were to punch this guy, you'd break your wrist on his chest. That's how thick this guy is with muscle. But no legs. Doesn't do his legs. It's weird. Alrighty. What else do we have here? I'm just checking all the chat rooms right now. And let me check D Live. Oh, and it's not really a big deal, ladies. Oh, man. I just got emailed an article. I don't know. To whoever sent me this article, I don't know. Are you angry about this, or are we having fun here? So, I think I'm just going to go with we're having fun here. Okay, I'm going to be positive about this whole thing. So this article is called 5 Cons of Having a Big Butt, and it's aimed at women. There are no cons. None to having a big butt. None. 0. Period. But here, check these out. Clothes don't fit. Okay, that might be one, but yoga pants will work just fine for that. And spotlight stealer. So during homecoming, prom season, especially, the classic pose with your friends is turning around and looking at the camera. If you have a big butt, this becomes the focus of the picture. So what? They word that like it's a bad thing. So what? You know what? I'll do the same thing. Who gives a shit? Catcalling. Women of all shapes and sizes have to face catcalling, but a woman has a larger butt walks by. The comments seem to be much more creative. So what?
Yeah, look
Put a
out.
burqa. Put a burqa on. You don't want to be seen in public? First off, if you don't want to be seen in public with your big butt, don't do any exercise at all. Eat 5 chocolate bars for breakfast, 10 for lunch, 25 for dinner. No one's ever going to look at you again. All right? Is it really that big an inconvenience to have people appreciating the fact that you're working hard on yourself? No complaining allowed? I don't know what this means.
Kevin, this catcalling stuff is a feminist thing where people started getting charged with it. Now there's no catcalls at all, or you'll be arrested. You can't even freaking whistle at a chick if she's on the street. That was one of my favorite pastimes. Not anymore. It kind of sucks.
Yeah, well, you see, one of the things that we did for a while, like just to break the ice, hanging out with the guys. This is when I lived in the United States. Is they moved, Hewlett Packard is who I worked for, and they moved me to Tampa Bay. And what I liked about Tampa is that they moved me there in the wintertime. Pittsburgh was cold in the wintertime, so they moved me to Tampa. I'm on top of the world doing this. And I met a couple of guys that actually worked at Hewlett Packard, so we all went out to the beach. And we're thinking, because we're in our 20s, right? We're all saying, we're doing something wrong, because we're walking up to girls, women, whatever, asking if they wanted to join us for volleyball or boogie boarding. At the time, skim boarding was a really big thing where you skim down the beach, and none of that worked. So we thought, all right, we're doing something wrong, and I think I know what it is. We're asking. We're like, the lesson I learned when I was 18, I kind of forgot it, I guess, so we're asking. What we did instead is we had cards they had 7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s on them. And when they would walk past us, we'd lift the cards. 8. 8.5, 9. And all of a sudden, the ice was broken. And we started dating just as a result of being funny on the beach. So, I guess guys, make them laugh. Make women laugh. I don't know how that would be received today. I have no idea.
Well, I can see where some points where they get upset. There might be big ladies, and guys may say some things that are pretty rude to them. So I guess that's where it came into where this divide came, where they ended up bringing in the law, because nobody can hurt anyone's feelings, and we gotta, everything's about feelings nowadays. So I think that's where that came into play. But hey, I've seen some real big girls with guys, and as a matter of fact, what I've been seeing lately for some years now has been very big women, maybe 350 with guys that are like 120 or something. I don't know how it works, but hey,
I don't know how that works either, but hey, good for them. That's not my job to judge. And I don't get the idea of saying things like cruel things to people that you don't know. That is a very aberrant behavior that signifies a very weak mental state. What is the point? Now, this actually was a thing back in the 70s where people would mock you for being fat, or they'd mock you for being in a wheelchair and whatnot. We did see that kind of stuff, but I never understood it. And I never went down that pathway at all. I hold the door for everybody. It doesn't matter who it is. I say good morning to everybody. It doesn't matter who it is. I'm polite to everybody. Doesn't matter who it is. So that commentary, if a woman's overweight, why throw comments? But,
yeah, exactly. But it's to each their own, right? Whatever you like, if that's what you find attractive, that's what you're with. Like, who the hell am I or you or anyone else to judge that? If that's what you're happy with, then go for it.
So we got the women defending us here. This is good. Angie says, as long as she has the bells to go with the caboose, what's the problem? Okay, well, there's no problem, Angie. It's just that huge boobs are for some guys, they're just not for me because they get in the way. Because I like to be with athletic chicks who can run. So the huge boobs for this guy, for Stefanos, the small ones are good. They're better with me because I do a lot of physical activity and I don't want things like that in the way. Like you shouldn't have black eyes when you're jogging. All right, that's just how it works. Then we got Brenda Bailey says, back in the 70s, if a man whistled at us, it was a compliment. I don't know when or why it became offensive. There you go.
Here, Kevin, I'll do you one better than that. When I remember when I was grade 3, our teacher, this female, and she had a real big giant caboose there, and I think she had gone to Jamaica or something. And apparently, they were all pinching her butt, and she was telling us all this. And in their culture, that's a compliment. So it's a far cry from a whistle to pinching your butt. So, as I've said earlier in the show, it's all of the culture, whatever the culture is. Crazy.
It's entirely cultural. Exactly. And the problem with people in North America is that they think that the whole world shares the North American viewpoint on everything. And that's where you get yourself into trouble because the rest of the world doesn't think like North America. The United States and Canada are quite unique in that fashion. Alrighty. Let's have a quick peek here. So Sarah says, we're amazing. Thank you. Appreciate that. Nadine says, having been raised on a farm, I was very strong in my younger years. That's just the way I am. Yeah, anybody who worked a physical job in their youth, they end up having a lot of strength physically when they get older because the tendons are so full of blood all the time from all the healing that they have to do that you have super thick tendons when you get older. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Apparently, good sense of humor goes a long way. Fantastic. How accepting are men towards a woman who has a disability? I don't know. First off, I don't know men who talk about that kind of subject matter, period. I mean, the average guy wants to be with a woman who's going to placate and cater to his ego. So if you have a disability, but you've got the wherewithal to keep his ego rocking all the time, you've scored. He'll stick around. You know, it's when women do not know how to cater to a man's ego, that's when the guy splits. So that's something to focus on there is how, with whatever disability you may be referring to, whether it's you or someone else, how is it that you can cater to the man that you have in your life or the man that you want?
I don't know, Kevin. I've seen a lot of stuff like that. Actually, I know some people who are with disabled people, but the majority of the ones that are disabled, I see are with other disabled people. There have been I've been on dating sites in my younger years, and what freaking nightmare that was. But I would always see a lot of dating sites, women saying they want people in good health, no disabilities, not on medication, not this, not that, not that. So I guess that's going to be a mixture or a combination of it's going to go both ways. Male and female are probably going to be looking for the same type of stuff. I guess it just depends on the person. Um, if they find them attractive, they find them attractive. Like I don't know what else to say.
Okay, well, here's a good. Robbie nails it here in the TikTok chat room. Bottom line, a lady's personality turns a 6 into a 9 real fast. That's absolutely true. Ladies, listen to Robbie. He knows what he's talking about. That's absolutely true. Because I would always chase the 10s when I was younger, and the 10s became 2s really fast when they opened their mouths and started showing their pretension or their vulgarity, their lewdness, their crassness, their incapacity to be humble. All those things take a 10 to a 2 in one conversation. Something to factor in. You don't all have to be perfectly gorgeous. You know, a 7 with a great personality is an 11 to me. That's how that works. Angie says women are too prone to that as well if they are looking to save someone. I don't think I get that reference, Angie, but if you could rephrase it, please. Okay.
Kevin, all I know is every girl I've gone out with has been a 10 because I wouldn't have went out with them if they weren't a 10 to begin with. Now, she might be a 2 to you. She might be a 5 to someone else. Who knows? Again, it's coming down to personal preference.
It's all about personal preference. The point I want to make, though, is a chick who's dynamite looking, who's got a 10 looks, but a 2 personality, is just going to end up being a toy for a lot of men. That's all she's going to be, because no guy is going to be able to tolerate her. That's the issue. So there can be a lot of gorgeous babes out there who stay alone for their entire lives. They might have body counts of 900, but they've never found love or happiness. And who do they blame? The men. And then, I don't know, do they look introspectively? Probably not. And introspective looking is something that we all have to do, because if you are a knockout, drop dead, perfect 10 physically, but you're alone and the 5s and the 4s have got dynamite men in their lives, what are they doing right that you are not? That's what you should be looking at. Period.
I'm ruined for everybody just because of the fact of the line of stuff that I do. I can't hold a normal conversation with anyone because their vision of a perfect day is much different than mine, and you can't talk on interest, because if I try to talk about something that I know they're completely clueless, and what they might talk about is completely of no interest to me, even though I still try to be interested just for the fact. But it's very hard for me to hold a conversation with someone.
Well, I get that. And smart women are sexy from that standpoint, because if I'm going to spend time in a restaurant and spend money in a restaurant, I want the conversation to be incredibly enlightening, educational, entertaining, like educational. I want to actually learn something in conversations that I'm having. You know, getting to know someone is not just a matter of hearing what their hobbies are. It's a matter of, can they help me grow too? That's how that is. All right, we got more comments here. So Jacob says, hence the old saying, she's a 10. She's a 10 at 2, but a 2 at 10. Yep. There we go. Okay, I'm just having a look at the more comments we have here. So where do people meet, Nadine? If everyone could put down the goddamn phone, they'd meet everywhere. That's the problem. And, you know, I'm going to admit I'm kind of guilty of that myself. I was in the grocery store, like the last 3 times I went to the grocery store, I was actually on phone calls with clients. So I've got the headphones on. I'm drowning out the entire world talking business while I'm squeezing the tomatoes to see which ones I'm going to buy. So, yeah, I am guilty of that, because I'm looking at people and I'm not interacting, saying, hola, or buenos dias. I'm not saying any of these things to people. We all do these things, and the phone doesn't help. And here's the other problem. And this is where social gatherings become a bit odd and awkward. I've gone to a lot of different types of social gatherings, a lot in the last 25 years, we'll say. When there was singles nights, I went on before I got married, I went on speed dating. You want to talk about stupid and boring? That was insane. That was the most insane thing ever. The only really good story I've got out of that is when the chick in front of me sat down. It was I think it was the fourth moving around, because you get 5 minutes to meet people and you move on. And she sits down and just pounds the table. I only like men with 8-inch dicks. Then I can't help you. I just stood up and walked. I just walked away. So good for her. She didn't waste my time, and I didn't waste her time. But the last thing I'm going to do is get my back up about it. You know, 8 inches? I don't know, man.
That's hilarious.
There's not many of those around. But she knows what she wants. Good for her. And under no circumstance should that be offensive to any man out there. Period. So the speed dating thing was odd. And then I went to a lot of dating meetups and whatnot. But the problem with those things is they tend to just be quick money for the organizer. Because, like, really, who could possibly plan in advance who's going to get along at the dinner table? So I went on a few of those things where it's 5 or 6 men on one side of the table and 5 or 6 women on the other side of the table, and you're talking with who the organizer says you should be talking to, and it doesn't go anywhere. So after like the first forkful, the conversation sucks, and I'm hoping this chick gets hit in the head by a runaway air conditioner that falls from the ceiling, so that I don't have to endure this. That's also not a way to meet women. I told you guys also when my second week here in Costa Rica, I went to a singles night. It was me and 21 women. No other guys showed up. The men didn't want to go. And I found out why, because there was 21 exceptionally pretentious women who, because they divorced and had money, or they were widowed and had money, they felt that they actually deserved everything that they had and everything that was being done for them. And then they wanted to flip off with the guns about politics. Like, come on, who knows more about politics than me? They really want to go down that road? So it didn't go anywhere. And I realized that, dating is difficult because everybody's set high standards of what the other person should be, but have not set high standards for themselves to achieve. That's the one thing I noticed on that particular weird dating night. And I couldn't wait to leave. As much as I love women, and a few of them are pretty good looking, I couldn't wait to go. Period. 21 of them, all pretentious. I'm not saying that that's representative of all women, ladies. I'm not saying that at all. It's just representative of them, those individuals. I have found that I would appreciate in a man, what I would appreciate now in a man is companionship and friendship. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be involved with someone, you've got to, like, especially in this weird world that we're in, you've got to be best friends, best confidants, best lovers. You've got to be all three. Absolutely all three. Otherwise, what's the point? Laura Lee says, tried the dating sites, never again. Gun ranges, archery ranges, and gyms are the place to go. I can't argue with that. I can't. Because the last time I went axe throwing in Calgary, that's last year in the wintertime, there's a ton of chicks there. Yeah, it was fun. And I got their attention because I actually did do some axe throwing training. And most of the axe throwing centers, you're only about 8 feet away from, maybe 10, from the actual target. And to throw the axe, it's this kind of a motion here, where you take the axe up like this, so it's behind your head, then come back and throw, and the arm has to extend, and wherever your hand is pointing after the throw, that's exactly where the axe is going to go. And the guy that was training me and my son back 10 years ago, he had us doing all kinds of stuff, like throwing them upside down, 2 at a time, sidearm, the whole bit. So I was doing all this stuff at the axe throwing center and winning the game because they project targets onto wood, and you have a mouse, you can click on your points and to see how many points you got. But then the girls actually came over and talked to us. Well, they were women. They talked to us because they want to know how to throw the axe upside down. So I got a chance to converse with ladies for an hour, maybe more, about how to release upside down. So yes, I would agree that a social place like that, where the entire goal of being there is to be social. Bowling alleys are just 100% social. If it's a darts night, like dart leagues or something, that's also just designed to be social. So I think what we need to do really as people is to meet each other, not necessarily for lovers, but even just for friends, or just for something to do that's mentally beneficial for us, is you have to go where you got to go where the social groups are, because the people that are going want to be socialized with. That's what you got to do. Okay, hold on. Dude, you had 21 women in a room and you had to argue politics. Son, you have to learn to quit talking. Well, first off, I'm not your son. And secondly, as I alluded to earlier, I'd like to be with an intelligent woman that I can carry a conversation with. And if you're going to irritate me, or if I'm going to piss you off with what I have to say in the first meeting, well, then I've weeded you out pretty fast. They might have looked good. They might have been good for a slam in the back seat of the car, but 10 minutes later, what the hell is there to talk about? And I'm not a teenager anymore, so I'd really like to have some stimulating conversations before the stimulation starts. If you know what I mean. There we go. Okay. All my best long-term relationships started with no kiss for 10 to 12 dates. I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't buy into that one. If I'm not sleeping with the chick halfway through the first cup of coffee, I'm pretty pissed off. Steph, what are your thoughts?
That's kind of quick, but yeah, it happens. It happens. I can't argue with that one. It's been there, but yeah, there's conversation's got to be there, right? If it's not there, no interest, no nothing. If
Yeah.
I'm not, you know, if she's not all over me within so long, well, then there's just no point.
Well, there's no chemistry. If you're not all over each other, it's not just her on you. It's if you're over each other or not over each other, head over heels or whatever it might be, then there's none of that magic and carry on.
I'm one of these guys who won't do anything with a girl unless I get that signal, only because of my background. But if she's not going to be all over me, I'm not going to be all over her. All right, I won't try to force the issue either.
Oh, I don't force. I ask. I don't beg. I ask. I don't hint either. I'll just come right out and say it. I think we should start something up here. And the answer could be no. Fine. I will accept the answer. It's not going to be like, oh, come on, please, I'll be your friend. You know, I'm not going to go down that road. But what I will say is if I am involved with someone and all of a sudden the advances that I put forward are going to be rejected, putting on the jacket, going home. You know, like video games are better than a woman who is rejecting you. There you go. That's how that is. And the other part, I've said this before, but I'll say it again, is that modern, like you ladies are up against modern video games. Now, we as men, when we're little kids, the reason that we watch Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, Southern American cartoons and whatnot, because we want to fantasize that we are more powerful than we are. And that fantasy life never really goes away. So when you are dealing with video games these days where it's 100 hours long and you are the main protagonist in this 100-hour movie where you control all the decisions, well, you can't compete with that once he immerses himself in that fictional world. So don't reject your man. That's the point I'm trying to make here. And Nadine says, ugh, raging hormones. Yikes. You have no idea. Nadine, you have no idea. Every relationship of mine ended because of lack of sex. And I ended them, mostly. There we are. Not saying that made them bad people. They just weren't for me. That's all it is. And I'd be hard pressed to suggest to the average woman and have them accept it that maybe what you should do, sweetheart, is if you're not going to bang me every day, you got to go find my substitute for me and bring her over and keep her in the closet. So if you're going to say no, I can open the doors and say, she said no. And start something up. But I don't think that suggestion would go well. Oh, Angie, hold on. Angie says her favorite gun at the gun range is the Colt and the Magnum 357. Mine's the Desert Eagle. That is a ridiculously oversized gun. It is a ridiculously overpowered gun. That thing would put bullets through 4 guys in a lineup. And the kickback is unbelievable. But, you know, firing that thing is like the height of masculinity. But it's not a quick draw weapon. You don't grab the Desert Eagle and slide the whole thing out. It's not. If you're in a quick draw with someone, you're going to lose if you've got that one. That's for stopping power, not for speed. But I like it, nonetheless. I like it. Okay. Uh-oh. This one's good. Hold on 1 second here. We're getting questions here. We're getting questions. I missed a bunch of questions here in the TikTok room. Hold on. Where are we here? Cat Blue says no kiss till the 3rd date. You're a stronger guy than I am. All right. All of my dates that started on the top of a coffee table ended bad. I think there's a double entendre there that I'm missing, but I think I know what you're saying. Nadine, thank you for the rose. I appreciate that greatly. How old am I? 52. We're men. We just tell you our age. We don't hide that shit. Our bodies change as we get older. Time to stash a rubber dolly in the closet. What? 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 Huh? Our bodies change. Sure, look at the gray hair I've got. My eyebrows haven't gone gray yet, but about 7 of my chest hairs have. It doesn't change the fact that knowing I'm getting older, I'm eating better. I mean, look at my face now here in Costa Rica for the last almost 4.5 months compared to my face from before I got here. You'll see I'm thinner, but my skin is just better because I'm taking care of myself. It's easier to do here in Costa Rica. The food is better. The attitude is better. The weather's better, obviously. But as our bodies change, you have to change with it. You've got to adapt with it. That's why I'm working out harder now than I did when I was 20.
Hold on, Kevin. I don't know. I think you misread that or something. The way I look at it, as I heard it, was bodies change as we get older. Time to stuff the rubber doll in the closet. I don't know why the hell you would have a rubber doll out when you're younger. That just doesn't make any sense. That's when you're with the real person, not a rubber doll. What the heck?
Well, regardless, as the body gets older, I'm making sure my body stays strong. There we go. Patman is 59. When a lady asks why you have not kissed me after a few good dates, you have complete control. I've actually had that one come up. Yeah, my buddy's sister, I showed her everything downtown Toronto had to offer. And then she asked me if she had the plague because I hadn't tried to kiss her after 5 days. Like, you're my buddy's sister, man. No. You're off limits. You're not in the friend zone. You're in the sister zone. No. That's just how that works.
I was in that situation. I went to my buddy and it said, "Is it all right if I bang your sister?" And he said, "Go for it." So I always get permission first, all right?
I didn't even ask. Nope, not me. If it's a friend's sister, I'm not even asking.
And we're all still good friends today.
Yeah, no, I'm not even asking. That there's some lines I cannot cross. That's one of them. Alrighty, like if you're a good friend of mine, I can't date your sister. I'll show her a great time, but nothing's happening. Just how it is. So Angela says the trick is to find that woman whom would wait for you in the closet. Okay, yes, that was easier in the 80s. A lot easier. It's difficult now, but I agree. You're absolutely correct. Alrighty, let's have a look. We got more coming in. Oh, Cat Blue's a woman. Sorry, Cat. First off, the icon is like this big. I really do apologize for that. And I can't see what's in the actual photograph because it's microscopic. Like the graphics that I see during the lives are really, really small. So thanks for being here. Appreciate that. So where did I live before? I was born in Toronto, raised right next door in Mississauga. When I was 18, I moved out of my parents' house, lived in a pickup truck for almost 2 years because I was DJing all over Southern Ontario and I had a couple of extra jobs on the side. I learned very, very quickly where to park your truck so as not to freeze to death in the middle of the night. Underground parking garages were pretty good for that. My buddy was a welder, so he cut me a piss trap over top of the right rear tire of my pickup truck. So I'd sleep on the right side in the bed of the truck. It had a cap on it. And if I had to go, just, whiz on top of the tire, close it back up. Moved to Queen and Coxwell in Toronto back when the old Greenwood racetrack was there. It was closed. There was no more horse racing there, but we certainly hung out there quite a bit. And then went to Hamilton for a while because I was working for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. And then moved back to my parents' place for about 5.5, 6 months when I was 24. Couldn't hack it. Got on a plane, went to Denver, got trained to work for Hewlett-Packard, and I lived in the United States for 4 years, all over the place. I came back to Ontario when I was 30, 29, 30. 2 weeks away from being 30, I think. Anyway, whatever it is. Bought a house with the money I made in the States. A year later, met my now ex-wife. Knocked her up pretty fast, married her pretty fast, had 2 kids right away. No regrets on any of that stuff. And moved to Calgary 3.5 years ago, 4 years ago, almost 3.5. And now I'm here in Costa Rica for the last 4.5 months. So all over the place. In the United States, I lived in 11 cities. It was an awesome job. It truly was an awesome job. Oh, poor baby. You've got gray hair. I'm proud of mine. That's not a complaint. That's not a complaint. The women over 40, they say that they love the white chin. That's not a complaint at all. I didn't start getting taken seriously by anyone until my hair went from brown to gray, which happened in less than 2 years. Look at my mayor run in the city of Mississauga from 2014. Look me up. My hair is brown. And then look me up in 2018. My hair is this. So it went fast, but I was taken more seriously with gray. I'm not dyeing my hair. I love it. I love it gray. And Stefanos, his hair is still black for some reason. How old are you?
Older than you, Kevin, 54.
54.
So, yeah.
Oh, how's your hair blacker than oil?
I don't know. I don't dye it or anything. So I don't know. I guess stress-free, man. That's the way it is. Good genetics. I don't know.
Oh, here we go. Angie. See, now the ladies are getting hot. This is hot. We got to talk for 5 more hours, I think. Angie says, we need a woman who gets me into a French maid outfit, or gets herself into a French maid outfit and cleans your pipes. Yeah, I'd rather she wear it than me, just for the record. And Jacob says he's getting gray at 38. Yeah, my father, I have no recollection of him ever having had gray hair. Like, his hair was white as far back as my memories go. His hair went white, he said, when he was in his 30s, mid-30s. Whatever, it happens. Yeah, I agree. Pharmaceutical drugs are terrible for health. Okay. And what else do we have here? Big Pharma is nasty. I agree with that. Patman says, wife's theory is she better service or don't complain if someone else does. I agree with that. Yeah. Part of the reason that men commit to you is because they know, yeah, now I'm getting laid every day. Yeah. And if you got a man who still wants to be with you physically in any way after, let's say, 10, 15, 20 years, well, you got a guy who's like head over heels for you. So keep him empty. That's what I'm going to say. Fill you up, keep him empty. And if you don't, yeah, he probably will go and get it somewhere else. And that's why a lot of marriages fail. And men, in some cases, they're not just cheating for the sex. They're actually hanging out with other women who cater to their ego, make them feel better about themselves, and so on. So yes, and Cat Blue says I'm attractive. So Cat, I have to agree with you, but I'm going to say thank you very much. Absolutely, I agree, and I do appreciate that. Good genes. Do I have good genes? I'd have to say yes, I do. Yeah, gray is better than going bald. I agree. Yes, I agree. Hewlett Packard in Denver. Am I into IT? No, I've got a big mouth. It never stops moving. I have no capacity whatsoever to shut up, unless, of course, it's a cop, in which case I piss them off because I don't talk at all. But I was working for Hewlett Packard as a district regional manager. And I was supposed to actually work in Denver, but then they said, no, you know what? You're loud. So let's put you in New York. And that's when they moved me over to Harlem for the first 6 months of my time in the United States. And I learned very rapidly what black street culture was all about. And it was kind of culture shock for me, because it is different. It's very, very different, but I learned very quickly. And Cat Blue loves a man with gray hair. So Stefanos, you're out. You're out of there.
I can't please everyone, Kevin. I got to leave you some.
You're out. Okay. Robbie says, the problem is young women approach me on the daily. I have to tell them I could be your dad. Well, I can't date a chick in her early 20s, man. I couldn't do it. What the hell? What would I talk to them about? What would I talk to a chick who's 22 about? She'd probably tell me stories about the 15 guys she banged last weekend. That's probably what would happen, because the modern ones are like this. You know, these modern girls, they jump on TikTok and they brag about their body counts. Isn't that weird?
I had an interesting conversation I can enlighten you on. I had a 21-year-old with me one day. and she was talking with me, and whatever. And it was all about, why do guys fall in love with me? I don't want guys to fall in love with me. All I want is to have sex. I just want to get banged. And next thing you know, she grabs my hand, sticks it down her top. So this is there was like zero conversation. You can't have a conversation. So and it was caught me completely off guard because I figured there was no interest in me whatsoever. She was just a good friend of mine, and that's how crazy it gets. This is why I don't make a first move on anyone. I don't do anything. I sit back, watch, and that's it.
Okay, well that's very forward, but yes, you are correct. There are some women out there that just are very quick to jump in bed without conversation because they don't know how to have one. And they're the ones, they end up being taken advantage of by everybody, and it's sad. I don't encourage taking advantage of women like that, but they will get taken advantage of, and they will never, unfortunately, find a meaningful relationship. It's really unfortunate. All right. Robbie says 38 and older. He's not looking to raise children. Yeah, you notice that everybody in their 30s is kind of like they're 17. There's a lot of immaturity out there these days. We are in a very immature state. It's this perpetual childhood thing. Like all the YouTube channels where you see guys, especially guys, playing with Lego. Like, look at me, I just got the Millennium Falcon, 27,000 pieces. I'm going to put this together. So what they do is they set their camera up in the room and they film themselves building the whole thing. You know, they wear diapers so they can just keep pissing while they're working on it. And at the end of it all, they look exhausted. They're full of energy drinks, so their livers might even shut down. And it's like, look, I did it. So they'll spend 36, 40 hours, whatever, building the Lego Star Wars thing. Yeah, you're not getting laid, pal. We know that. And that is the perpetual youth, this perpetual childhood that the elites want men and women to be in. It's not good. Kat says, I don't care what color the hair is. I just love it if they have some. Yeah, there's a lot of ladies that don't like the bald look. I get that. I get it. I don't like the bald look either. I mean, if my women were bald, I wouldn't be too thrilled about it. Just how it is. I love long, flowing hair. Yeah, ladies, I love brushing your hair and getting my fingers through it the whole 9 yards. Yeah, thick. I don't like short hairdos. I think Jamie Lee Curtis is the only woman that ever pulled off short hair properly. I just like long hair on women. And Jamie Lee Curtis is a left-wing weirdo. I don't like her, the human being. She's out of her mind, that one. And she got worse with age, not better. You know, most people who are left-wing in their youth end up being conservative later in life. She's in her 70s now, and she's a crackpot. She's a far left crackpot. Oh, there's 150 genders.
Is she even still alive?
Yeah, she's still alive. She still works out. Still around. Let's just work it out right here. Jamie Lee Curtis. Sorry, forgive me. She's 65 now. She stays fit though. Like she's still into heavy fitness. So she would be a good spokesman, woman, whatever, for fitness. But she's not a spokesman, woman, thing for fitness. She's a spokes thing for things, for stupid things. She's a spokes thing for cut your breasts off and become a man. Cut your penis off and become a woman. That's what she's advocating for. She's not advocating for better health, more fun. I'm advocating for better health and more fun. I'm absolutely one that says reduce the booze. You, Stefano, stop smoking cigarettes. Yeah. Jog, go to the gym. He's smoking more. Look at him go. There you are. And he just breathed everything in, and now he's going to blow rings, right? No, yeah, he can't do rings. Right. So I'm advocating for a healthier lifestyle, better diet. Just, treat yourself better as a human being. Treat other people around you better. If you've got family, cherish them. I'm always going to advocate for that. I would never advocate for self-harm in any way. And and that Jamie Lee Curtis and even Schwarzenegger now, they're all advocating for self-harm, self-immolation. It's crazy. I hate these people.
Yeah, but Arnie there, he was a real roid head. I don't know if you've ever seen his documentary on him, but he was a big time roid head, and that's why he's all messed up the way he is now. And that's got a lot of issues in it itself.
Yeah, steroids. There are maybe two that are good. Anavar is one of them. It doesn't actually affect your mind, but if you have the wrong blood type for it, you get bitch tits. Like your male breasts will fill up with so much water, you got to get them drained all the time. And there's one other one, clenbuterol. Clenbuterol doesn't affect your brain. The rest of them, they all do. All of them. The problem with clenbuterol is the amount of dehydration that it causes on the body. So if you're taking clem, you got to take a spoonful of salt with it in the morning and then just down water. So never mind 8 glasses. If you're on clem and you're working out, you're on like 15 glasses of water a day, maybe more. Plus all kinds of salt. Like you're putting salt on everything just to retain water. Okay. Next. Well, I think we're coming up on 4 hours. No wonder my ass is sore. 3 hours and 45 minutes. Holy shit.
Hey, I use pillows, man. It's nice.
Well, this is a firm office chair, and I sit on firm chairs and I sleep on a firm bed. Actually, that is something that women do not like, is how firm the mattress is, that I prefer. Remember, I slept in a pickup truck for a couple of years. Right?
I'd rather sleep on a hard floor. It's the best for you, but yeah, they want comfort.
Well, I don't need extreme comfort. But I'll tell you that I had a tough time finding a firm bed when I was living in Calgary. We went to 5 different sleep shops, and I kept saying, I want the firmest mattress that you have. And they'd bring one out, and I'd try it out. I said, dude, do you know what firm means? So the last store that I went to, I had dictionary.com on my screen on my phone. I said, dude, this is what firm means. All right? A firm mattress, please. And he shows up with this mattress. It might have been 3.5 feet wide. Right? But he said that I could have the mattress, which was firm as hell, and the steel bed frame to go with it for $299. I said, yep, I'll take it. I'll take it. And it is rock hard. It really is. Okay. Looking at the comments here. Michael says, let's be real, women. Let's be real. Women want the man to have hair. Yeah, okay. I think they're talking to each other in the room right now. All right. Well, 3 hours and 47 minutes later, we've covered politics, money, a little bit of history there, dating, and then dating again. What else do we have? Because everyone else is just making comments now. There doesn't seem to be any more questions. And I'm not answering the question about the game called Salty Crackers. You'll just have to imagine for yourself that most likely I wouldn't say yes to that. Richie says, clenbuterol is a horse medication. It's meant to cut weight, not build muscle, but it will give you bad headaches from dehydration. Yeah, the guys who use it, they're on Gatorade, salt, water. Like they don't stop drinking. They actually, for clenbuterol, to cut the weight that it does, that's all that it does. It dehydrates your fat cells, like from the very inside out. So you will drop weight, but you are drinking so much liquid that you can't even eat. You're just not hungry. So I avoid it, really, if you could. I mean, if you got to cut 20 pounds fast, sure. I would say go on clem for 3 weeks. But I wouldn't say stay on clem beyond that. Drop your 20, readjust your life, stop taking it. Yeah, best women to have around talk about world issues, not shoe issues. I agree with that one. There was a chick that my brother hung out with for a while. I won't name her, but I'll just say that she was a very unattractive individual, physically and spiritually. She was a very unkind individual, extremely opinionated, and had not earned those opinions, or at least earned the right to have her opinions heard by as many people as she thought would listen to her. So you've got nasty disposition, ugly physicality, doesn't work out, doesn't do anything, and then takes out her phone and shows me the new closet that she had built to store her over 300 pairs of shoes. Then I asked her, I said, that's a great closet. I admire the craftsmanship of the closet. But when was the last time you went on a date? And you know what her answer was? Fuck you, asshole. And she walks away. So obviously, she bought all these shoes and no one's taken her out for her to show them off. But when your answer is that to a question, that actually was a serious one, that tells me everything I need to know about you. Everything. Oh, man.
But how many times did she wear those 300 shoes? That's what I want to know.
Well, she's almost got to change her shoes every day throughout the course of a year to be able to put them on at least once. And to spend tens of thousands of dollars to have a contractor build, ergonomic shelf space for them all. It's kind of crazy. And ladies, let me tell you something about shoes. We don't give a shit about shoes. If you're putting shoes on for us, you're wasting your time and money. Like, we will say, oh my God, nice shoes. We don't give a fuck about your shoes. I just know that there are two things I have to look at when I'm dealing with women. Every day you have to ask yourself, did she change her hair? Because if she's coming outside to show you her hair, she wants you to notice and you got to make a compliment. And number two, is she wearing different shoes? Now, hair is something I care about because that is actually a direct representation of self-care and health. Shoes? God, no. Oh, and that's the strange part, too. Let's just say a woman does work out as much as I like them to, and they're in a skin-tight dress and they look dynamite in that, and you can see the muscle fibers of her body through her dress. That's hot. So if I go over and say, God damn, you look good in that dress. If I don't say shoes first, she's mad. Odd. Because the shoes are hiding feet. I don't care about feet either. I'm not a foot fetish guy. So if you're wearing shoes that I don't give a shit about to cover feet that I don't give a shit about, I'm in trouble for making compliments about what I do care about. As men, it's very difficult for us to care about these things, all right? And then we get shit for it all the time.
I think that might be their own personal thing, because even with nails, they're getting their nails done. I don't look at shoes. I don't look at nails. I don't look at eyelashes unless they're wearing the stupid fake ones that look like clowns. And I'm like, dear Lord, that they don't know if they know how ridiculous they look with them, or if they draw on those freaking eyebrows of theirs and they make these crazy, I think that's something that they like personally for themselves. I don't think it's something that they're trying to attract guys with, because they probably know deep down inside guys really don't care about that. But the hair, definitely number one.
All right, so got a couple comments here. Nadine, I don't get your comment. You say distraction, look up, way up, and I'll call your name. I need clarification on that one. My mind's going to dirty places. And then we've got Kat says, as a woman, she only cares about comfortable shoes. Thank God for that, because I tell you, walking with a woman who has to walk in high heel shoes is aggravating as hell. If you can't keep pace with my walking gait, I gotta leave you behind. It's like I can't do it. So there has to be a nice shoe out there that's comfortable, looks good, but isn't a stiletto. It's retarded. And you know what? I know that it's supposed to make your calves pop, but when was the last time a man that you know had sex with your calves? So forget the stupid shoes. Focus on the overall look and feel of your entire body, your health. Never mind your shoes. My God, I hate shoes. I hate shoes. I think we're done. This is 4 hours, man. I think we're done. So for everybody who's watching here on TikTok, it's been 4 hours that we've been here completely in total, and we do appreciate you being here. But before we go, up here, we're at 4.3 thousand views. Could everyone just start going rapid fire? Just keep tapping the screen. Let's see if we can get to 7,000 views. Is that something that we can do here on TikTok, please? And then we've got the likes here on Rumble. So directly below Stefanos' face on Rumble, you'll see a thumbs up. So please, everybody who's watching on Rumble, click it now because it helps the algorithm find us. There we go. Yes, Kat, be happy that now you know that men don't talk. We don't like shoes. Or if we do, we don't really care about them. It's good you've got some, but who gives a shit? Like the only time that we're ever going to notice shoes as men is when our kids, like if our toddlers show up with cool shoes, then we're going to say, hey, buddy, cool shoes. Because most toddlers, I know that I used to get my kids the light up shoes. Right? So all the other men out there who were fathers would say, hey, nice shoes, buddy. That's when we notice shoes, when they light up and make noise. Beyond that, I don't care about shoes.
I don't know, Kevin. I think there's a lot of people who have got these foot fetishes. Maybe they like shoes. I'm not one of them, by the way. I can't find
Again, I'm not blanket stating things. This is not a blanket statement. This is the average. We're talking about the average. There are foot fetish guys out there who really piss women off because they'll spend 95% of the time on their feet. And I know women don't dig that either. A friend of mine was married to a foot fetish guy. She complained all the time. Yeah, I just kept asking him, do you want me to call him and say, dude, you suck? Like, do you want me to call him and say, dude, I'm taking over? If you can't do the job, I will. Like, do you want my interjection here? Why are you telling me this? Like, are you venting or you actually want help with this problem?
There's no help for that. I've seen it in action. Oh, God.
Pat Man says, my buddy asked me what color her eyes are and her hair. I replied I had no idea, but her body was an hourglass. Yeah, we're men. We're men. When you go on dates, guys, you got to write these things down. Yeah, you see, 5'4", her friend is Cindy, her mom is June, like whatever. These things that you don't care about, you got to write them down. Memorize them. All right, moving on here. Maximus says cowboys love fat calves. I'm not a cowboy, so I don't love fat calves. Angela says, this has been the most entertainment live I've ever seen. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, Cat Blue. Well, I'm going to be doing this again. Well, tomorrow's my political show, and the odds are pretty good I'll play it here on TikTok. Tomorrow we've got special guest Mike Martins coming in. He's been a Canadian podcaster for since 2012. And this guy here, 9 out of 10 of his predictions to do with politics and economics, they all come true. The guy's actually pretty amazing. So tomorrow night we're covering world news, all the world headlines that are coming up, all the stuff you need to know about, the stuff that you need to care about, anything to do with banking, money, organ harvesting, the whole bit. It'll all be there. Wednesday night, last week on Wednesday, the internet didn't work here on the mountain in Costa Rica, so we had to cancel the real estate show. But the real estate show is back this coming Wednesday for an hour, and on Thursday, we've got Jesse from The Missing Link, another Canadian podcaster who's been at it for about 10 years. This guy, so he and I are doing a simultaneous cast of each other's show. So I'm a guest on his show, but I'm simulcasting on my show. So that'll be a really good time. So every day, Monday is this show, Your Questions Answered. Tuesday, Thursday are my political shows. Wednesday is the real estate show. And then sometimes on Fridays and Saturdays, we surprise you with another Your Questions Answered show. But they're always, almost always at 9 p.m. Eastern time. 9 p.m. Eastern time is when I run the show. You can catch me here on TikTok, which is Real Kevin J. Johnston, or on my Rumble channel, which is freedomreport.ca. Oh, yes, and Rob Anders is back next week to talk about international banking. So we've booked up the next 4 Kevin J. Johnston shows. Check that out. Steph, any concluding statements before we go at the 4-hour mark here?
Yeah, what the heck? Ladies, eyes up, okay? Jeez.
Yeah, I'm not just impressing me,
No, not just thanks
Here,
for.
how about this one? Ready for this one? Ready? Hey, I'm right here,
And for those asking, you can find me on Facebook. I have a Facebook page, or you can email me, stefanos.keratopis@yahoo.com.
Throw it in the chat.
That's
Throw your
it.
Facebook in the chat. There you go.
You can throw it in. I don't think I got my stuff set up for that, but
Yeah, for sure. Wait, this could be a deal breaker for Cat Blue. She's asking Trump or Biden. Tick
Trump.
tock, tick tock, tick
Trump.
Trump. Trump. Yeah, I can't do Democrat. I'm sorry. I cannot do it. I can't do liberal. I can't do LGBTQ. I just can't. I am too old to even consider thinking about that stuff. I gotta be as far from it as I possibly can. Okay. This was Richie says this is definitely one of the best conversations. It was nice to hear what the ladies had to say. It always is. Actually, there are days when I talk about women, and the women, some, not all, but some absolutely explode on me and email me lots of stuff, like their life stories. And I can't go through that kind of thing. I don't have time for that kind of thing, ladies. So if I've upset you, what you could do is condense it down. It's cool to tell me that I've upset you, but don't waste your time writing a 15-page diatribe that I'm not going to read. Instead, give me a paragraph. Kevin, I disagree with your statement about women. Here's a statement that you made. Here's why I disagree. And then when I reply to you, which I will, I do my very best to answer everybody, then you can rebut my rebuttal. I'm fine with that. Dialogue is what I'm all about. It's all about dialogue, everybody. And there we go.
It's because I'm here, Kevin. This is why they're not attacking you like that, because
Yeah, no, I
you're
get
the
it.
more shock value guy. I'm laid back and relaxed. I put people at ease.
Yeah, and I agree with everybody in here. Trump is not the first choice for everybody. I know he's not, but what's the alternative? I mean, I like Trump because he knows how to manipulate the entire left-wing media. He knows how to drive them crazy. And anybody who can piss off the left is someone that I admire and salute. And yes, Trump, because of his billionaire status, at some point has broken the law, has broken taxation law, has at some point taken advantage of tax policies that the rest of us don't know anything about. But you can't become a billionaire unless you do those things. So for me, the United States is, for the last 4 years, it's been cooked under Biden. When it was under Trump, at least he kept the North Koreans, the Russians, and the Saudi Arabians at bay. They were terrified of him.
Kevin, not only that, but who do you want for president? Somebody who's taking $1 as a salary, somebody who knows business, knows how to make money. He was looking out for the country for the most part. Or do you want some freaking guy who's got dementia, poops himself, he's got to run around and freaking damn depends, is falling asleep at all the events, doesn't know what the hell he's talking about? Obviously, the better alternative is Trump. There is no one else. No one.
I got you on that. All right. Yeah, and Richie, remember this? Richie Rich makes a good point. So during the debate with Hillary Clinton, she was talking about him taking advantage of tax loopholes, and he said that he absolutely does. He and all of his friends took advantage of them because they are there, and that Hillary failed to close them when she had the opportunity. He made her look like a total ass. Absolutely.
Everyone looks for those breaks and loopholes. Everyone. Doesn't matter who
I
you
do it now.
are. Everyone.
I do it now. This is what I do now. All right. So for those who wonder what it is that that I'm doing now to pay my bills, is I'm helping Canadians crush their tax debt because I found like not even loopholes, but I found lack of legal protection, excuse me, for the Canada Revenue Agency. So I have found ways to absolutely legally crush debts with these people. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. If I can help the average person get rid of taxes, I'm all over that. So I'm doing it to help others. Trump did it to help himself. Whatever it is, tax loopholes are tax loopholes. Tax is just a man-made concept. That's all that it is. And if there's going to be rules around those taxes that benefit you, then take advantage. Fully take advantage. There we go. Yeah, and Hillary's not innocent in anything. She's a maniac.
And how much more tax you want to pay? Like half your paycheck is gone just in taxes. You want to give you want to give even more of your taxes? Like, come on. All your money's going where? Ukraine, freaking all these other different freaking countries all over the world. Nothing's coming back to you. Nothing's staying in your country to support your infrastructure or to make your company better, or your country, I mean, better. Your economy is being destroyed by these guys, not looking to make it a stronger economy or improve it, or make yourself, be able to make a living and make a comfortable living at that. And Angie, you're absolutely correct. Taxation is theft, and that's a libertarian saying, and that's a libertarian thing, which is what I am.
Yep, and I'm just going to conclude with this one video that I did make earlier today that everyone needs to really pay attention to, and that is Hong Kong. It was given back to China in 1996, which was a terrible thing for Hong Kong. If any of you think that Hong Kong is still a free state, you are incorrect. Hong Kong is essentially now run by the Communist Chinese Party, and Hong Kong is the hub for international flights to go anywhere else in the world. If you want to go to Myanmar, Thailand, Bali, Indonesia, Australia, you land first in Hong Kong. If you have ever criticized the Chinese government, they have a file on you now. On any social media, they're going to arrest you and imprison you in the mainland Chinese prisons. So, my plans to go to Myanmar next year are going to be on hold until I can figure out another way to fly there without landing in Hong Kong, which is a damn shame because that city, before the CPP got in there, was amazing. Sad that amazing place is going to turn into a pit. But China is less than 10 years away from complete economic collapse anyway. Let's see if the people rise up and do what they got to do. So don't go to Hong Kong if you've ever criticized Winnie the Pooh, Xi Jinping, or the Chinese government. You're going to be held and probably not leave at all. And Robbie, I certainly hope that Trump wins and puts a warrant out for Justin Trudeau. That would be absolutely amazing. I would love to see that happen. Nothing would thrill me more than seeing Trudeau in a men's prison in the United States of America. Man. All right, guys. I should get some sleep. I got to stretch. I've been in this chair for 4 hours and 8 minutes. It flew by. It totally flew by. But, man. Investor, if you've criticized Trudeau, that's what Bill C-63 in Canada is all about. If he gets that passed as law, then you're not going to be able to criticize him at all. Period. Anyway, so, Steph, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me on again. Pleasure as always.
Yes. Well, the pleasure was all yours, and good to see your face again, pal. Take care of yourself. We'll see you. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Stefanos Karatopoulos, everybody. He's been part of the Kevin J. Johnston Show for years. And like I said, I've known him 5 years at least that I can think of. And we've never actually physically met in person. Isn't that incredible? You can be friends with someone digitally for 5 years and never meet in person. crazy. All right, everyone, that's it for now. This has been Your Questions Answered, part 37. There's the logo right there. We'll be doing this again very, very soon. And don't forget, the Kevin J. Johnston Show is every Tuesday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on freedomreport.ca. Good night.